Through you, Mr. Chair, we are approaching 4 p.m. If you don't mind, I'll begin the live stream and recording.
Order.
Mr. Chair, it is 4 p.m. and I can confirm the live stream and recording has begun. You may begin your meeting.
Hi, everybody. Today is August 8th, 4 p.m. This is the meeting of the Town of Pelham Committee of Adjustment. I'm going to call this meeting to order. There is a quorum of the committee present. Ms. Leach, could you please begin the hearing by reading the land recognition statement?
Certainly. We begin this meeting by acknowledging the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe peoples, many of who continue to live and work here today. The territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, and acknowledging reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and the friendship of the Indigenous people. To you, Mr. Chair, you may proceed with your introduction.
Thank you, Ms. Leach. We will do our best with the audio. I understand we've had some issues in this room before, so advanced apologies. We'll try to talk loud and make sure that everybody can hear us. We will be back in the council chambers in a few meetings from now. But if anyone can't hear, please put up your hand and we'll try to repeat ourselves. I'll start with an introduction. I'm the chair, Isaiah Bannock. We have other members with us today, Mr. Colin McCann to my side here, Ms. Brenda Stan at the end. Our secretary-treasurer is Sarah Leach. We have our two planners on the side over there, and we also have our engineering manager, Derek Young, here as well, if there's any questions for them. I'm going to move to some opening statements. This is a hybrid meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the Town of Pelham. Everyone present and viewing at home via live stream will be given an opportunity to comment on the applications being heard. Agencies commenting on applications may request that certain conditions be imposed should an application be approved. Voicing objections to these conditions will not adversely affect the committee's decision. The purpose of the application and relative correspondence will be heard, following which the applicant will be given the opportunity to address the application. During the public portion of each application, we will hear from anyone wishing to submit verbal comments or submit written comment via email to clerks@pelham.ca. That's clerks with an S at pelham.ca. Comments received following the public portion will not be considered. At the conclusion of the discussion, the committee will render a decision and advise of any applicable conditions. Specific wording for conditions may be determined by the committee following the hearing. Copies of decisions will be mailed to the applicant agent and members of the public that have submitted comments. Notices of decision can also be obtained by request to the Secretary-Treasurer. Committee members are asked to raise your hand if you would like to speak and vote. Applicants, agents, and attendees are advised that they are free to leave the webinar hearing once a decision has been made on their application. Moving to agenda item 4, looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
I move we accept the agenda.
I can second that motion.
Thank you. Item 5, pecuniary interest. Does any member of this panel have a pecuniary interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act in any of the applications to be considered at this hearing?
I have none.
And I have none as well.
None from me. Item 6, requests for withdrawals or adjournments. Ms. Leach, any requests for withdrawals or adjournments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there has not been.
Thank you. All right, we are ready to move to the first item. There's 3 items on the agenda today. The first item relates to 2755 Maple Street, Pelham. This is file number A14-2023P. Ms. Leach, could you please read the presentation?
Committee of Adjustment hearing Tuesday, August 8th at 4 p.m. The Town of Pelham is holding hybrid Committee of Adjustment hearings. A hybrid hearing involves a mixture of in-person and remote attendance and participation. The following presentations are based on the Town of Pelham's Planning Department report and analysis. Please note that no decisions have been made prior to this public hearing. All comments received from commenting agencies and the public have been forwarded in full to the Committee of Adjustment members for their consideration and will appear summarized on the slides to follow. Decorum. The Committee of Adjustment is a formal public hearing requiring decorum. This means that all comments are to be made through the chair. If you have pre-registered to speak or are participating in person here today, you'll be given the opportunity to address the committee at the public portion of the application. If you're live streaming and wish to submit a comment live, please email clerks@pelham.ca. Please note that comments must be received during the public portion of the meeting, otherwise they will not be considered. Inappropriate comments will also not be tolerated. If decorum is lost, the meeting may be recessed and persons asked to leave. Public portion of the meeting. To allow for an efficient meeting, each member of the public will be given the opportunity to speak to the committee during the public portion. After all members of the public have been given the opportunity to speak, the applicant and/or agent may address the public comments and concerns at one time. Our first file this evening is A14-2755 Maple Street. The subject land is located on the east side of Maple Street, lying south of 20 Road, known locally as 2755 Maple Street. Application is made to construct a two-story garage addition on the northerly side of the property and a one-story addition on the southerly side of the property, and seeks relief from the following. Section 5.2.3, minimum interior side yard, requesting 4.45 meters, whereas 8 meters is required. Section 5.2.3, minimum rear yard, requesting a minimum rear yard setback of 11.4 meters, whereas 15 meters is required. To date, the following comments have been received. From the Building Department, no comment. Public Works, C condition. Niagara Region, town staff should be satisfied that any local archaeological provisions and requirements have been met. No public comments have been received at the time of writing this report. Minor variance test 1, is the variance minor in nature? Yes, the use of the lands will remain appropriate as a rural non-farm residential use and compatible within the surrounding area. The degree of impact from the requested variance is minimal. Variance test 2, is the variance desirable for the development or use of the land? Yes, the variances will facilitate an addition to the existing dwelling that meets the needs of the property owners and is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Further, the construction of the addition has been thoughtfully designed and situated on the landscape and will not necessitate any tree removal from the subject lands. Minor variance test 3, does the variance meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? Yes, the interior side yard setback is intended to maintain access to side yards, provide adequate space between dwellings, and provide adequate room for drainage. The variances are necessary to provide adequate space for the addition while at the same time maintain the natural features of the land. And test 4, does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan? Yes, the requested reduced side and rear yard setback should have no impact on the agricultural viability of the surrounding area and will not compromise the objectives of the official plan. Planning staff are of the opinion that proposals make efficient use of the land, will not result in the overbuilding of the property, will not alter the view, sightlines, or personal enjoyment of the subject property or any neighboring properties, and should not negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood with regard to land use incompatibility, traffic, privacy, and stormwater runoff. Planning staff recommend that application number A14 be approved subject to the following conditions: that the applicant apply for and receive a building permit for the proposed addition, that the applicant submit a comprehensive lot grading and drainage plan to demonstrate that drainage neither relies on nor negatively impacts neighboring properties, obtain a driveway access and culvert permit from the town for the construction of a new driveway entrance. Installation and/or modification of new entrances shall be completed in accordance with town standards. If you wish to receive a copy of the notice of decision, please contact the Secretary Treasurer in writing as soon as possible. Sarah Leach, Secretary Treasurer to the Committee of Adjustment, 20 Pelham Town Square, P.O. Box 400, Fonthill, Ontario, sleach@pelham.ca.
Thank you, Ms. Leach. Is the owner or a representative here that would like to comment on this application? Yes, come on up. Thank you.
If you could just press the red button on the microphone there. Near the button. It'll turn red when it's on. There you go.
All right. Mr. Chair, Darcy Baker, my wife Jocelyn and I own the property. We've read the staff report, have no concerns at all with what's being proposed, and I'm attending just to answer any questions if they happen to come up.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Do we have anyone, Ms. Leach, who has pre-registered to speak by Zoom?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not have any pre-registered members of the public, and I have just checked the email. It is 4:10 p.m. and we received no emails. You may wish to turn it to the gallery for any comments.
Yes, thank you. Is there anyone who is looking to speak to this matter? Okay. I will suggest maybe that we close the public portion of the meeting. Is there a motion to do so?
Motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
And seconded.
All right, thank you. That's carried. Any questions or comments for the committee, for the applicant, or between us? No, I don't have any either. All right, well, we're perhaps ready for a motion then. Is there a motion on this?
I'll make the motion. With regards to file A14/2023P 2755 Maple Street in Pelham, I move that we accept the application for minor variance, specifically a minimum interior side yard of 4.5 meters and a minimum rear yard of 11.5 meters. The reason for this motion, the variance is minor in nature, as the use of lands remain appropriate, compatible with the surrounding area, and the impact is minimal. The intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained. The intent of the official plan is maintained. The proposal is desirable for land as it will facilitate an addition to the dwelling. This motion is made without prejudice to any other application before the town of Pelham. In making this motion, we've considered any written oral comments and agree the minor variance report analysis and recommendation that this application meets the Planning Act tests for minor variance. The conditions to this motion: that the applicant obtain necessary building permits and submit a comprehensive lot grading and drainage plan and obtain a driveway access and culvert permit.
Seconder for that?
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. I think that's carried. That closes that off. Thank you very much. Your application has been approved. We will move to the second file today. That is file A15/2023P. This is 17 Arsenault Crescent, Pelham. Ms. Leach, could we move to the presentation, please?
Certainly. Our next application this evening is A15, 17 Arsenault Crescent. The subject land is located on the south side of Port Robinson Road, lying east of Pelham Street, known locally as 17 Arsenault Crescent. Application is made to construct a single detached dwelling and seeks relief from Section 14.2D, maximum front yard, seeking a maximum front yard setback of 5.9 meters, whereas 5.5 is required. To date, the following comments have been received. From the Building Department, no comment. Public Works, please be advised that no side yard walkways that impede side yard swales shall be permitted. No public comments were received at the time of writing this report. Minor variance test 1, is the variance minor in nature? Yes, there will be no impacts on the streetscape, and there remains sufficient lot area to site the proposed dwelling on the lot. The variance is necessary due to the nature of the lot's irregular pie shape. Variance 2, is the variance desirable for the development or use of the land? Yes, the variance is necessary to push the face of the dwelling further back to be able to provide for a straight driveway. The increased setback will maintain the original intent of the building design. Test 3, does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? Yes, as the subject parcel is pie-shaped, the maximum front yard setback poses challenges for the siting of the proposed dwelling and driveway. A larger setback is required for the appropriate function of the driveway and to ensure a garage is set back further than the dwelling face. Test 4, does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan? Yes, it is the intent of the OP to promote the development of complete communities through providing a range of mixed housing options, providing for access to neighborhood retail services, and pedestrian-oriented street design. The proposed minor variance does not compromise these objectives. Planning staff are of the opinion the proposal makes efficient use of the land, will not result in the overbuilding of the property, will not alter the sightlines, personal enjoyment of the subject property or any neighboring properties, and should not negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood with regard to land use incompatibility, traffic, privacy, or stormwater runoff. Planning staff recommend that file number A15 be approved subject to the following conditions: that the applicant apply for and receive a building permit for the proposed dwelling, that the applicant submit an overall lot grading and drainage plan to demonstrate that drainage does not negatively impact nor rely on neighboring properties. To you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Leach. Is the applicant or the representative here to speak to this? Thank you.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Ethan Lamont, Junior Planner with Upper Canada Consultants. I don't have anything to add. I support staff's analysis or recommendation, and I'm just here to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Sorry, I was taking some notes there. Ms. Leach, has anyone pre-registered to speak via Zoom to this matter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no pre-registered members of the public, and I have just checked the email address and can confirm that it is 416, and we've received no emails at this time.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question for Mr. Lamont. Does your client own the neighboring lots, lots 7, lot 9?
Yes, they do.
And do you know the front yard, the setbacks in the case of those lots?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure exactly what they are. I know we came for variances for those lots as well.
Right.
It would be for similar front yard setback. Just as a result of that bulb, as it comes around on Arsenal Crescent, we had to push the houses back because they wouldn't fit in the side yard setbacks with the maximum front yard setback. So we did vary those two lots as well. This one just had to come in this cycle because we didn't know the exact setback for this lot at that time.
Right, okay. So I think I understand the condition here is one that you can't meet the existing conditions. So there's been a pattern for these lots where you've had to seek relief in that way. Okay, I think I understand that now. Thank you. Are there, we're still in the public portion of the meeting. I may ask if there's anybody else in the audience that would like to speak to this matter. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Is there a motion to close the public portion of the meeting?
Motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
And seconded.
Okay, closed. Committee, any comments or concerns, questions relating to this?
I have no comments, and I can do the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stan.
Okay, file A15, 17 Arsenal Crescent in the town of Pelham. Application for a minor variance to permit a maximum front yard of 5.9 meters. The application is granted. Reasons are the variances are minor in nature, as there will be minimal impact on the streetscape and sufficient lot area remains. The intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained. The intent of the official plan is maintained. The proposal is desirable for the lands as it will facilitate the siting of the proposed dwelling on a lot with irregular frontage. This application is granted without prejudice to any other application in the town of Pelham. The Committee of Adjustment considered the written and oral comments and agrees with the minor variance report analysis and recommendation that this application meets the Planning Act test for a minor variance. The applicant is aware no side yard walkways that impede side yard swales shall be permitted. There are two conditions: to obtain a building permit and an overall lot grading and drainage plan.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. That's the decision. Your variance has been approved. Thank you. Okay. We will move on to the next item. This is 105 Welland Road, Pelham, file number A16-2023P. Ms. Leach, will you proceed with a presentation, please?
Certainly. Application for minor variance A16-105 Welland Road. The subject land is located on the north side of Welland Road, lying west of Pelham Street, known locally as 105 Welland Road. The applications seek relief from Section 4.1.48, parking lot location on lot, requesting a surface parking area setback of 1.9 meters to a lot line, westerly lot line, and 3 meters to a street line, whereas a minimum setback of 3 meters to an interior lot line and 7.5 meters to a street line are required. Section 9.2.3, minimum lot area, requesting a reduced minimum lot area of 80 square meters per dwelling unit, whereas 150 square meters is required. Section 9.2.3, minimum side yard, requesting a reduced side yard setback of 3 meters to easterly lot line, whereas 6 meters is required. Section 9.2.3, maximum building height, requesting a maximum height of 21 meters, whereas 15 meters is permitted. Section 4.3.1A, minimum bicycle parking requirements to permit a minimum parking ratio of 0.25 short-term spaces per unit, being 12 spaces, whereas 0.8 short-term spaces are required per unit, being 35 spaces. To date, the following comments have been received from the Building Division C Conditions, Public Works Department. Request consideration be given to relocate the accessible parking stalls as the proposed location may potentially impact/restrict vehicular access to the development due to the nature of the usage. There is a safety concern for the users of the accessible parking stalls crossing access road to the development. There will be a drainage swale required along the easterly property line for drainage purposes. The minimum width requirement for a swale is 2 meters and will be needed to ensure that the stormwater runoff does not impact the adjacent property. There will be a requirement for building maintenance along the east face of the building that will require an access platform. And C conditions. One public comment was received at the time of writing this report and is summarized as follows. Opposed to the variances, concerned with the extent of relief requested, believes the magnitude of the requested variances are not minor. Minor variance test 1 is a variance minor in nature. Variance 4.1.4.8, parking area location on lot. Yes, the variance request is minimal and will have a minimal impact on the streetscape. It is noted of the parking spaces 1 to 3, which are necessitating the variance, 2 of the 3 spaces are accessible and have been prioritized near the entrance of the building. The use of landscaping will create an attractive streetscape with the building framing the street. 9.2.3, minimum lot area. Yes, the reduced lot area is not anticipated to impact the functionality of the site, nor the ability to site the proposed building. 9.2.3, minimum side yard. Yes, the variance is a result of the siting of the building closer to the eastern property line, allowing for a larger space between the building and the neighboring residential uses to the west. The reduced setback will have a lesser impact on neighboring residential uses than if the building was located in the center of the site. 9.2.3, maximum height. Yes, the question of whether the variance is minor in nature is not empirical in nature. Rather, it is a question of impact. Impact considerations include shadowing, compatibility, visual impact of the streetscape. The increase in height is not anticipated to have a significant impact on the neighboring land uses and is generally in character with surrounding land uses. Section 4.3.1a. Yes, given the context, the requirement for 0.8 short-term spaces is excessive. Adequate short-term spaces will be provided, being 2 racks. Minor variance test 2 is the variance desirable for the development or use of the land. Section 4.1.4.8. Yes, the variance will provide design flexibility for the site and allow the siting of the building closer to the street, which from an urban design perspective is desirable. The variances will also allow for the retention of existing trees. 9.2.3, yes, the lot was created through a previous application for consent that meant the minimum lot area for the institutional zone. The reduction in lot area requirement is not anticipated to have substantial impacts on the surrounding area and is generally compatible in terms of use. Section 9.2.3, Yes, the proposed variance allows for the siting of the building farther away from the existing residential uses to the west. The variance still allows for appropriate landscaping and drainage. Section 9.23, yes, the proposal provides for a form of development that is generally compatible and desirable for the surrounding area.
Ms. Leach, I'm going to ask to speak to the gallery here. These are comments that are provided by the town. This is their professional opinion. The committee would like to hear it, and I want to hear from everyone in the gallery as well, but I ask that everyone be respectful of the comments that are coming, that Ms. Leach is reading out, and that we'll hear from everybody else today. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just repeat this section. So section 9.2.3, yes, the proposal provides for a form of development that is generally compatible and desirable for the surrounding area. The building has been sited in a location to reduce potential impact on neighboring lands in terms of privacy and shadowing. The increased height will allow for the provision of 2 levels of parking within the building, reducing the need for surface parking, thus providing more space for landscaped area. Section 4.3.1a, yes, given the context, the requirement for 0.8 short-term spaces is excessive. Adequate short-term spaces will be provided. It is noted that the bike storage inside the building will also be provided to residents. Minor variance test 3, does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? Section 4.1.4.8, yes, the intention of these provisions is to ensure visual impacts of parking areas are reduced to the extent possible and to ensure that the streetscape is softened through the use of landscaping. The variance is necessary to locate 3 additional spaces near the frontage of the building, 2 of which are accessible. 9.2.3, yes, the purpose of minimum lot areas is to ensure that there is adequate space for parking, landscaping, and amenity areas on the property. The function of the site is maintained. The site maintains adequate space for parking and landscaping. Section 9.2.3, yes, the intention of the minimum side yard is to ensure there is adequate spacing between the neighboring uses and to ensure there remains adequate room for drainage. A condition is being recommended that requires the proponent to prepare a grading and drainage plan to ensure that appropriate on-site drainage can occur without adversely impacting adjacent properties. Section 9.2.3, yes, the intent of this provision is to maintain compatibility between uses and to ensure shadowing and visual impacts and other impacts are mitigated to the extent possible. The residential use of the property is generally compatible in nature with the surrounding land uses. The building has been sited along the easterly property line of the site as to provide the largest spacing possible from the neighboring residential properties to the west. With regard to shadowing, the majority of shadowing impacts in the spring, summer, and fall months are contained within the site itself and the neighboring institutional building. Section 4.3.1a, yes, the intention for this provision is to promote and facilitate cycling as a sustainable mode of transportation. This is intended to ensure adequate infrastructure is provided to accommodate cyclists. The proposed development provides for the required number of long-term spaces, and as such, the short-term spaces are primarily intended for the use of visitors. The development will provide for 2 short-term racks. Given the neighborhood context, the reduction in short-term spaces is considered appropriate. Minor variance test 4, does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan? So this is in regards to all of the variances. Yes, staff are of the opinion that the requested variances are not considered to have significant impacts within the context of the official plan. The intention of the designation is to permit a diverse mix of land uses that contribute to complete communities. The variance will facilitate appropriate redevelopment and intensification within an existing residential neighborhood and does not conflict with any policies subject to the demonstration of appropriate urban design and fulfillment of the proposed conditions of approval. The building and dwelling are generally compatible with and generally in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood. The proposal is generally consistent with the existing built form, scale, and massing with existing development and the character of the area. Further analysis from our planning department. With respect to concerns related to traffic, privacy, shadowing, drainage, and the character of the neighborhood, staff are satisfied the concerns will be adequately addressed through a detailed site plan process. With respect to privacy and shadowing, it is noted that a number of existing mature trees along the perimeter of the property will be maintained, and they provide a landscape buffer to the proposed development. Additional landscaping components will be reviewed as part of the site plan approval process. With respect to traffic, the traffic impact study submitted as part of the former zoning bylaw amendment application found the proposed residential driveway will operate with reserved capacity, and the existing roadway system has surplus capacity to accommodate the growth. Members of the public have expressed concerns relating to the character of the neighborhood. Staff note that the character is comprised of a mix of low to medium density housing as well as commercial and institutional development. Neighborhood character does not necessitate that all land uses must be the same as what is existing. Planning staff are the opinion that the proposed minor variance application is consistent with local plans. As such, planning staff recommend that application number A16 be approved, subject to the following conditions: that the applicant receive clearance from the Ministry of Heritage, Sport, Tourism, and Culture with regard to a completed archaeological assessment. No demolition, grading, or other soil disturbances shall take place on the subject land prior to the issuance of the ministry letter, confirming that all archaeological resource concerns have been mitigated and meet licensing and resource conservation requirements. The applicant apply for and obtain approval for site plan approval from the Director of Planning. That all necessary building permits be obtained prior to construction commencing. That the applicant submit a comprehensive block grading and drainage plan to demonstrate that drainage neither relies on nor negatively impacts neighboring properties. That the applicant obtain a driveway access and culvert permit from the town for the construction of a new driveway or any modifications to existing driveways or entrances. Installation and/or modification of new entrances shall be completed in accordance with town standards prior to building permit. The applicant shall bear all costs associated with these works. And part 2 is to be individually serviced with its own sanitary and water connections. This work is to be done by the owner at the owner's expense and will require a temporary works permit. Should there be an intention to sever the lot in the future, the sanitary and water services for each unit will need to be contained in their respective lots. Should these services cross property lines, Public Works will not support the consent to sever. And through you, Mr. Chair, if there's anyone in the gallery that have not already indicated you wish to receive a copy of the notice of decision, you may contact me directly, or we do have Jody, and she's in the corner table over here. You can leave your name and email with her, and she will send you a copy of the decision. To you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Leach. How we're going to proceed, I see there's a lot of people in the room today, and we want to make sure we hear from everyone. We're going to start with comments from the applicant. After we do that, anyone wishing to speak will be able to come up and give their thoughts in relation to this application. What's really important is that everyone is respectful. It's important that the committee has all the information and that we can render a decision based on that information. After members of the gallery provide comments, we will invite the applicant to respond to anything that they've heard as well, and ask them any additional questions. And then we'll close that part of the meeting, and the committee will deliberate and make a decision. So with that, I would ask representatives for the applicant to come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Rocky Vaca, and I'm a partner at the law firm Sullivan Manny, LLP. With me this afternoon is William Highcoop, a senior land use planner with Upper Canada Consultants. Also present in the gallery is Reg Sonnenberg from the Concordia Lutheran Church. I wish to make some general opening statements before Mr. Highcoop provides his planning evidence and planning rationale supporting the minor variances before you. First, I'd like to state that we have carefully reviewed the detailed recommendation report prepared by town's planning staff, as recommended by Ms. Weens, and agree with all of the recommendations and ask that you adopt the recommendations and approve the minor variances requested. Second, although the applicant is Concordia Lutheran Church, the developer and builder of this project will be Niagara Innovative Living, Inc., a Niagara company in operation for over 15 years. The company specializes in construction of condo buildings, has built 5 buildings, and is currently working on a 6th and 7th building in St. Catharines. It is an experienced and sophisticated builder of condo buildings. The company uses exclusively local trades, and all of its shareholders are Niagara residents. The proposed building on this site is a relatively new concept for mid-rise buildings in the region of Niagara, promoting a community lifestyle within the building, marketed broadly to single professionals, young couples, and active empty nesters. An integral part of this novel concept is a secure lock and leave home, with all units having a parking space inside the building in a protected and constant environment, reducing impact on the neighborhood. Third, I wish to address the meaning of minor and minor variances. The letter that was submitted speaks to percentages of the variances being requested as being the test, and that as such, the variances in this case ought not to be approved. That is not the case. That is not the test. I have provided you the seminal Ontario Divisional Court decision on this point, being the Re-McNamara decision. The case stands for the proposition that the term minor variance is a relative one and should be flexibly applied in light of the particular facts and circumstances of each case. And I'd like to read a passage from the decision. It's at page 4, and it is highlighted in the copy that was circulated to Madam Secretary. The legislature, by Section 42, subsection 1 of the Planning Act, confided to committees of adjustment and ultimately to the municipal board the authority to allow minor variances. The statute does not define these words, and their exact scope is likely incapable of being prescribed. The term is a relative one and should be flexibly applied. No hard and fast criteria can be laid down. The question whether a variance is minor must in each case be determined in light of the particular facts and circumstances of the case. In certain situations, total exemption from a bylaw will exclude a variance from falling within the category of minor variances, but not necessarily so. In other situations, such a variance may be considered a minor one. It is for the committee, and in the event of an appeal, for the board to determine the extent to which a bylaw provision may be relaxed and a variance still classed as minor. Before I invite William to speak, I would ask that you keep top of mind what could be built today as of right on this property without any planning approvals other than site plan approval versus what will be built if these variances are approved. I would submit to you, Mr. Chair, and committee members that what is proposed is a much superior development to what could be built as of right. It is setback, the setback to abutting neighbors is substantially greater than what could be built as of right now on this property. It also will leave mature trees in place. It will contain a building with step backs at certain levels to further lessen the impact, and once again allows for parking in the building rather than on the surface, which would reduce landscaping and would cause more of an impact to the neighbors. I will now pass it on to William for his presentation.
Thank you, Rocky. Just bear with me for a second as I bring up my presentation here. Good afternoon. Thanks, Rocky. As noted, my name is William Heikup. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants, and I'm representing the church this evening as it relates to the minor variance applications for 105 Welland Road. As noted, the property is municipally known as 105 Welland Road and is currently home to the Concordia Lutheran Church, who worship in the existing facility shown here. You will likely remember this property for the consent application B10 2022P, which was approved conditionally back in June of this year. We'll now provide an overview of the subject lands for a refresher. You can see the subject lands outlined in red and the conditionally approved property line in yellow. The subject property for today's application is on the left-hand side of that yellow line. The subject property is approximately 1 acre in size. To the north, we have single detached residential dwellings. To the west are existing residential street townhouses. To the east is the existing church building, and beyond it, Pelham Street and single detached dwellings beyond that. To the south, we have residential townhouses and a commercial property, the Circle K gas station. That includes a convenience store, as well as several other medical commercial uses, including pharmacy, clinic, and physiotherapy. The property is located near the corner of Pelham Street, which is an arterial road, and is located with frontage on Welland Road, which is classified as a collector road. This is the main southerly intersection coming into Fonthill and can be considered a gateway node. To review the planning context, the subject lands are in the urban living area built boundary designation of the official plan. This designation permits a range of uses, including residential of various types, institutional and commercial. The lands are zoned institutional. Similar to the old zoning bylaw, however, in the new zoning bylaw, the provisions have been updated and includes the permitted residential uses. You can see this zoning highlighted in blue on the right-hand side of the screen. Now, just to get into some background of the proposed development, I was just hoping to provide some context for the committee. Applications for the zoning bylaw were initially submitted under the old zoning bylaw. Institutional uses in that old bylaw did not permit the standalone residential uses. The 2022 comprehensive zoning bylaw contemplated the proposed use and associated provisions. However, at that time, the timeline was unknown, and there was an appeal on the new comprehensive zoning bylaw. Hence, we applied for a zoning bylaw amendment. Now that new comprehensive zoning bylaw has come into effect, the nature of the zoning relief required for the subject lands has changed, allowing the proposed use and various associated provisions. Howbeit, the development still has some zoning deficiencies, albeit to a much lesser extent. The minor variance applications were submitted to address these zoning deficiencies required to implement the proposed development. So just to give a further timeline on the work and process to date, provide a brief overview. Initial discussions and planning for the project started back in 2021 with the church, who expressed interest in selling some of their surplus property. Throughout that process, there were several discussions with staff on some of the possibilities for development. In early January 2022, a pre-consultation meeting was conducted with staff. They identified the application requirements and made some preliminary comments on the proposal, namely regarding the orientation of the building, bringing it forward to the streetscape, but also some revisions to the parking areas. Following this, various studies and reports were prepared in support of the application, and I will touch on these in the following slide. Ultimately, a zoning bylaw amendment application was filed in August. The application was filed at a similar timeline to the approval of the new zoning bylaw, which was subsequently appealed in September and did not come into effect. In October 2022, there was an open house conducted at the church to advise the immediate surrounding residents of the application and proposal. A public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment application was held in front of council in early 2022. However, in April of 2022, the new comprehensive zoning bylaw was approved. Following the public meeting in January and throughout the course of the spring, there was ongoing discussions with staff. The result of those discussions included some revisions to the building, namely introducing a rear step back. While that dialogue was ongoing, the severance application was completed and a decision was reached in early June. Following that, further dialogue was had with staff, and ultimately a decision was made to submit the minor variance applications, and that's why we're here this evening. So just to circle back to the reports and studies submitted with this application, there's a number listed here, and you can see what will provide an overview. A transportation impact or a traffic impact study was prepared, and a sightline assessment has been prepared to confirm the existing roadway has surplus capacity to accommodate the development. The existing traffic light at Pelham Street and Welland Road intersection was assessed, and no improvements are required. That the proposed driveway accesses have no queuing issues and do not conflict with other existing driveway accesses. A further sightline assessment was completed to confirm the findings of the traffic impact study, that there are no visibility issues and they meet the Transportation Association guidelines for traffic road design. A functional servicing and stormwater management report was prepared that confirms municipal water and sanitary sewer capacity are available to support the development. Stormwater flows will be controlled to the pre-development level and treated on-site before outletting to the existing storm sewer on Welland Road. Further, a noise feasibility study was completed. No concerns were noted. The building materials are to be confirmed on the detailed design stage as it relates to Welland Road, and the report notes that HVAC equipment is to be positioned appropriately away from the existing residences, and this can be confirmed at site plan stage. A geotechnical study was completed indicating that the existing ground is suitable for spread footings. The footing design is to be confirmed by a structural engineer at the detailed building design stage. An environmental site assessment was completed for the property, and it was determined that the site is clean and appropriate for residential uses. And lastly, an archaeological assessment was completed, and it was confirmed that the site is void of historical artifacts. We are currently waiting on the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sport clearance on that assessment. Now, to provide a further overview of the proposed development, here you can see an outline of the property. The new property is shown with the church retaining the easterly portion. A new driveway is proposed opposite the Circle K entrance. This will service the existing church facility. Modifications contain a new drop-off area, including new stairs and ramp to the front door. A new parking area is proposed on the east side with new landscaping buffering the parking from the street. The westerly side of the site would contain the purpose of this application, which is the proposed 6-story, 48-unit apartment condo building, which is sited at the southeast corner of the site, as far away from the existing dwellings at the front of the property as possible. The building is to be serviced through an update to the existing driveway entrance. The building entry is to be focused towards the front streetscape, with the inclusion of 2 accessible parking spaces and 1 visitor parking space near the entry. Also, a drop-off lay-by has been situated adjacent to the front doorway. The driveway then continues along the side of the building and jogs to the rear, jogs close to the building as you go to the rear of the property. There are then 8 visitor parking spots and 2 entries to the internal parking garage. This entire rear area will contain coniferous landscaping in order to provide year-round buffering. The existing coniferous tree grouping along the west side is to be preserved, and the intent of this application is really to ensure that that tree buffer stays. The building is shown here, an artist rendering done by the architect Raimondo and Associates. The building articulates itself and is a 6-story structure, stepping down to 4 stories along Welland Road by using a combination of masonry brick veneers, horizontal wood grain, appeared sidings, various color schemes, recessed balconies with glass guards, and includes a marquee entrance feature with a covered entrance overhang for the lay-by. It's a warmer color palette that is indicative of the surrounding context and feel that it helps provide a visually aesthetic front facade and building. In order to accommodate parking on the site, the majority of the spaces have been located inside of the building. This is to make it convenient and secure for the proposed development and the end user. So here on the top, you can see the underground parking garage with the ramp access on the east side of the site. That underground space would contain 24 parking spaces. Similarly, on the first floor, there would be an additional covered parking area, which would be accessed through the middle of the building. And that also provides 26 parking spaces. In total, there's 50 internal spaces. With 48 units proposed, it's just over 1 spot per unit. Just to show you what the internal configuration of the building is, there are a diversity of unit types and sizes, making this housing a variety more attainable. Each unit is served by a form of exterior amenity space with a covered balcony. The units facing Welland Road are arranged with greater privacy and a step-back configuration that bolsters the amenity area and terraced views fronting onto Welland Road. As you can see, building step-back has been added to the floors the building step-back has located at the 3rd story at the rear of the building. So to get into the proposed minor variances, Ms. Leach has done a good job providing an overview, but for the first variance is to permit a parking area in the front yard of 3 meters to a street line and 1.9 meters to a side or rear lot line on the westerly lot line. The second variance is to permit a minimum bicycle parking ratio of 0.25 spaces, short-term bicycle parking spaces per unit, which would be 12 total spaces. Third is to permit a minimum lot area of 80 meters squared per dwelling unit. The fourth variance is to permit a minimum side yard setback of 3 meters to the easterly lot line. And the fifth variance will be a maximum building height increase to permit a maximum building height of 21 meters. So I'll now go through those 5 variances. So to focus on the first variance is to support the proposed visitor parking area at the front of the site. That includes 2 exterior accessible spaces and 1 visitor parking stall. The provision of these spaces at a suitable location provides, the provision of these spaces where they are provides a suitable location for the accessible parking spaces as they are directly opposite the main entry and allow them to be located at a reasonable distance for those needing those accessible spaces. This also allows the preservation of the amenity landscape buffer. This reduced landscape buffer still allows for the provision of coniferous plantings to buffer the rear yard of the adjacent townhouse dwelling, but also a planting bed at the front of the property to beautify the streetscape. The second variance regarding the minimum bicycle parking requirements is to reduce the amount of outside bicycle parking spaces required. The proposal would see 12 bicycle parking spaces provided on site. This request is brought forward in the context of what is being provided indoors. This includes an individual storage locker for each parking stall, so exactly 50 storage lockers inside of the building for each parking stall, which would be able to accommodate a bicycle parking location. In addition, there is a central bicycle storage location that can accommodate approximately 6 bikes inside. So overall, with the 12 bicycle parking spaces provided outside, the 6 centrally located, 18 bicycle parking spaces are proposed for visitor use. It is expected that this will be more than enough to accommodate the proposed development. The third minor variance is to reduce the minimum lot area for the proposed dwelling units. The purpose of the minimum lot area provision is to ensure that a property can accommodate the necessary features of a development, ensuring the site is functional and provides things such as required parking, landscape spaces, and amenity spaces. The proposed development has considered all the various components that have become expectations for modern living. This includes all the required parking facilities as previously described. This development utilized 1 level of underground parking, but also 1 level of at-grade parking. While this results in additional building height, which we will discuss, it provides for much more landscaping on site and allows us to retain the existing coniferous trees along the western boundary, which provides significant buffering for those neighboring properties. In the area to the rear where the property parking area is proposed, A number of landscape plantings have been located to provide additional buffering to the surrounding properties. The development also accommodates amenity areas such as an internal amenity multi-purpose room proposed on the 6th story. Additionally, the existing coniferous tree buffer is able to be used as a passive amenity space. Last but not least, the proposed design minimizes the appearance and breaks up the main building wall. This is done in part by the building step backs at the front and rear of the building. There's a step back on the 3rd story in the rear and on the 5th and 6th floors at the front of the building. In addition to the step backs, there are a variety of building materials, brick, wood boarding, and windows which create a softer interaction with the public ground and surrounding dwellings. The fourth minor variance is a reduced interior side yard setback of 3 meters to the west side of the development, adjacent to the existing church. This side yard setback reduction allows the building to be placed farther away from the existing townhouses to the west, ultimately allowing for the preservation of the existing coniferous tree canopy. The overall intent of this proposed variance is to locate the building as far away from the surrounding residential uses as possible, while maintaining Ontario Building Code spatial separation requirements to the property line on the west side of the building. The fifth and last variance seeks to increase the building height from 15 meters to 21 meters in height. I understand that there is a lot of apprehension on this proposal related to the height of the building. From the minor variance perspective, and as Rocky indicated at the outset, to understand whether or not something is minor, it is not necessarily a numerical difference of the percentage change, rather what is the differential on the impact. To understand whether or not there was an impact caused by the increase of height, it is important to understand what could be constructed as of right on the property. Currently, the institutional zoning permits 15 meters or approximately 5 stories in height. That it allows that height to be 6 meters from the westerly property line. We'll review an example further in this presentation. From a planning perspective, how do we assess what that impact is? I've used 2 planning tools to assess that impact, namely a shadow analysis and an angular plane analysis, which are 2 accepted planning tools in the planning community. First, to review the angular plane analysis. Here you can see the angular plane for the proposed side yard setback of the building on the west side, interfacing with the rear of the street townhouse dwellings on Hunter's Court. The proposed roof deck height is 21 meters by definition of the bylaw, whereas the sidewall setback of the main wall is 20.73 meters, and that is, 1 foot short of a 1-to-1 angular plane, however, meets the visual angular plane in the blue line that you can see there. Overall, the 45-degree angular plane gives a good indication of the existing coniferous trees that were modeled and are proposed to be retained and will aid in the buffering of the proposed building. Hatched in the dashed black line, you can see an outline of a building envelope that would be permitted as of right under the existing zoning. It is clear that the proposal is less impactful and actually an improvement from a spatial perspective and reduce any impacts for privacy or overlook. Here you can see the angular plane for the proposed rear yard setback of the building on the west, on the north side, interfacing with the existing single detached dwellings on Woodside Square. The proposed roof deck height, again, is 21 meters in height, and you can see that the angular plane is achieved at a 1-to-1 ratio. The main wall setback is 20.21 meters in height. Here you can also see the step back on the 3rd story, which provides for additional separation as you go up in height. Again, you can see the outline hatched to show the building height of 15 meters and a setback of 12 meters as allowed under the existing as of right zoning. It is clear that the proposal is less impactful and actually an improvement from a spatial separation perspective and reduces the impact for privacy or overlook. Furthermore, a shadow analysis was completed. Here you can see the 3 iterations showing the shadowing from the existing trees on the far left-hand side, the shadowing from the proposed building at 21 meters in height, and then shadows that would be generated from a building permitted under the existing zoning. We will focus on the morning times, as that is when the sun is rising and shadows are cast towards the west and north. I will now walk you through the 4 different comparisons on how the shadows are cast at different times of the year. The top row shows the 8 a.m. just after sunrise, and below that is 10 a.m., just 2 hours later. Looking at the bottom 2 slides, it is evident that the proposed building shadows are almost completely gone by 10 a.m., whereas the building permitted as of right will still cast shadows on the rear yards and the dwellings along Hunter's Court. It also is very clear the existing tree canopy cast shadows on those backyards through the morning, through the early and mid-morning. Now moving on to the summer months of June. Here you can see the morning shadows to the west during the summer month of June. The sun is slightly less angled, and the shadow impacts are even less than what are shown. Showing there are some shadows as the sun rises. However, by 10 a.m., the shadows from the proposed building are well beyond the rear yard of the dwellings to Hunter Court. You will notice at the bottom right that the image of the permitted building as of right, it still has shadows in the rear yard area as of 10 a.m., as do the existing trees. Here you can see the same shadow diagram for the month of September. Similarly to those shadows in the summer, by 10 a.m., the proposed building is not casting shadows on the properties to the west, whereas the existing trees and building permitted as of right continue to have shadows in the rear yards beyond 10 a.m. And lastly, here's the shadow analysis of winter and December. Here you can see the shadows are generally larger. It is important to point out that the sun usually doesn't rise till later in the day, and it's when it's at its lower apex in the sky. Overall, you can see that the shadows from the proposed building are comparable to the existing trees and building permitted as of right, albeit they move much quicker. Overall, the shadow analysis demonstrates that there are very minimal shadows generated from the proposal, which on average do not last more than a couple hours. Furthermore, they do not create any additional impacts, and therefore the minor variance for building height can be considered minor. Now, I just wanted to get into the existing zoning just to provide a diagram. We wanted to give the committee a sense of what is permitted. So on the top left-hand side, you can see what a proposed 5-story building would look like when it's located on the far west or left-hand side of the site. It would utilize a similar concept with a parking garage on the first floor and have 25 dwelling units. The hypothetical layout achieves those zoning requirements of the height of 15 meters, a front yard setback of 3 meters, a westerly side yard of 6 meters, a rear yard of 10 meters, the minimum lot area of 150 meters squared per unit, and a parking of 1.25 spaces per unit. We feel that the proposed development is much superior to this hypothetical layout than what is permitted under the existing zoning. We just did a brief chart to do a bit of a zoning comparison to the existing zoning provisions. As you can see, the westerly side yard is a substantial increase to what is permitted as of right. As well, there is a significant increase to the rear yard setback. When comparing it to the current proposal, there are several cons from this scenario, including less desirable building, no step backs, and building location is on the far west side of the property. That would lead to a loss of the existing trees along the westerly edge, which are approximately 50-60 feet in height, and there poses some concern with future driveways. When reviewing this development option from a shadowing perspective, you can see that the impact of such development on the dwellings to the west is greater than or similar to the shadows generated from the proposal, overall at a greater impact. My apologies to the committee for such a long presentation, but in conclusion, we agree with the staff recommendation report that provides confirmation that the minor variances as proposed meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. It has been demonstrated to you through the various components of the submissions on this application, as well through this presentation, using both the angular plane and shadowing analysis, that there is no additional impacts created through this development proposal. The minor variance have enabled the development to make modifications to the zoning to result in a better overall development that is less impactful. On behalf of the Concordia Lutheran Church and Niagara Innovative Living, I'd like to thank the committee members for hearing our application. We'd also like to thank staff at the town for their inputs and dialogue through this lengthy process. Certainly here to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hykoop and Mr. Vaca. Before we move forward, are there any questions from the committee to Mr. Hykoop or Vaca?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a couple for Mr. Hykoop. With regards to the above-ground external or exterior parking, your diagram shows shrubs installed. Is there a fence? I'm worried about height and privacy in and out of nighttime with headlights into people's backyards.
Yeah, so with a setback of 1.9 meters, just over 6 feet, we feel that there is appropriate space to locate a possible fence, landscape plantings of a coniferous nature that are really going to block those headlights and really protect it from the privacy. So with a site plan application, we'll be required to supply a landscape plan, really demonstrating that we're achieving those things.
Okay, but you don't know the specifics at this time.
We have retained a landscape architect to prepare landscape plans for this. So that's the images that you saw are from the landscape architect. So they feel that that space is adequate to provide those buffers.
Okay, and to confirm, these are all visitor parking.
Yes, that's correct. So the intent is to provide one stall per unit inside of the building. So there's a safe, secure, covered parking area. So the reason for those spaces there at the front is the proximity to the front door for those accessible or wheelchair type spaces to get access into that front door without having to walk all the way down the sidewalk.
Okay, and the other question I have relates to the ramps, the traffic in and out of those ramps. Specifically, I think of the ramp that will be from the lower level. The lights from those vehicles will be, at night, will be shining upwards into people's backyards / houses. There's two issues there. A, the noise and light pollution, and B, also your noise visibility study mentions only the HVAC, but the garage doors going up, I don't know what the precise measurements are from the building to the property line there, but any consideration to that?
Yeah, so certainly in regard to the ramp at the rear, so we've got about I think it's just over 3 meters, so it's about 10 or 12 feet worth of space from that rear parking area and the access aisleway to the property line. So we're intending on planting some spaded coniferous trees that will provide that buffering, a large species. So we feel that with the ramp, that we'll be able to block any lights shining through to those properties at the rear. In regard to the noise, this is normal vehicular traffic. They're going very slow, maybe 5-10 kilometers an hour coming around those corners. In regard to the garage doors, as indicated, Niagara Innovative Living has done quite a number of these condo-style developments with internal parking garages. Typically, the motor for those garage doors is inside and not very noisy. They haven't had any complaints on any of their previous buildings. The units that are directly above that garage have never complained to the builder. So when discussed with the noise consultant, that was not something they felt was an issue.
Okay, except with the noise, you're going to be planting, I can't do the math in my head, but trees that are adequately high to cover headlights coming up a ramp?
Yes, so the ramp is about, varies at the slope percentage, but is about 7%. So with the setback to those trees, we're looking at about 10, 12 foot light being cast We certainly have enough ample space there to provide a large spaded tree that could be upwards of 15 feet in height to cover that difference.
Okay, and finally, you may not be able to answer this question. Your counsel may jump in here, but this is, you've had an open house, you've had a public meeting before council, you've had the consent to sever meeting through this committee, and I think you're going to be hearing from people in this room. Your plan has maintained, has been, as at least as I see it, has been consistent throughout. Has any consideration been made by view of the public commentary that you're receiving to changing at all the plan?
I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to answer that in the context of why we're here this evening, but we certainly have heard. That's why we had the neighborhood open house. We understand that there's a lot of concerns for the community, and the reason why we haven't made that many changes, we have made some additional step backs and minor tweaks here and there. But generally speaking, we feel that this is the best possible result for this property in terms of what is permitted as of right. And I think that my presentation really demonstrated that it could be a much worse situation. We've had open dialogue and discussion with staff throughout this process, and I think it's evident by their recommendation report that they tend to agree with the proposal here in front of you tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Stan, any questions for the presenters to this point?
I just have a couple of questions. In terms of the HVAC, will it be rooftop mechanical? Is that where?
Yeah, so that's something that we'll finalize at the building permit stage. But yes, we're looking at locating that near the front of the building, again, as far away from the existing residents as possible. If we need to, we can include little mechanical walls around them to help dampen and buffer the noise. That's what we expect to do, but we don't have a detailed mechanical design at this point.
Okay. And the accessible parking spaces at the front, Public Works had noted some safety concerns in terms of queuing out of the driveway or into the driveway with those spaces. Any conversations about that or solution?
Yeah, so the intent with pushing them that far front was to really retain the existing trees. So with the number of units here, we don't expect there to be a large amount of traffic coming in and out of the site. From the existing curb line to the edge of those parking spaces, you can accommodate about 2 vehicles, which we feel like will give enough maneuvering space. If there's a third vehicle, you may end up having to wait till a vehicle can make a turn. But if we were to move them back, then we would end up removing a number of the existing trees, which we're hoping to avoid. So I think we've done a fairly good job balancing it in terms of having a 3-meter setback from the property line to allow for landscaping to be included. So you really hide those parking stalls while maintaining the ability to have a couple vehicles queuing to get out onto the Welland Road.
And just one more question in terms of the bicycle parking short-term. Is that a new requirement as part of the new zoning bylaw?
Yes. So the new zoning bylaw broke it up into 2 categories, internal and external. So with the provision provided, we just feel, based on my experience with developments, just that rate is never used to that great extent. Under the old zoning bylaw, the provision would have been much less. And I've had similar experiences here in Fonthill with smaller little condo apartment buildings that have provided 3-6 spaces. So considering there's 48 units, we feel that the 12 outside visitor parking spaces are enough. We then have the central bicycle parking area internal to the building that will be available for visitors. And then all the units have a storage locker, which would be able to accommodate a bicycle as well. So we feel that there's ample bicycle parking for this development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question, Mr. Hykoop, in relation to the as of right conditions. So I understand you were showing us those images. to show us what could be built in accordance with the zoning bylaw and how to get closer to the one side of the property. A bit of a technical question. What are the balcony conditions in the zoning bylaw? Are there different setbacks required for balconies as it relates to side yards?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a differentiation. Balconies are allowed to project into the required yards, but that's not what we're proposing here. We're actually proposing that the balconies are recessed into the main wall, so they're not projecting beyond that. But yes, conceivably, balconies could, in that 5-story development scheme, conceivably balconies could project. I'm not sure what the number is off the top of my head, but could project into that 6-meter side yard setback.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now, at least for me. Are there any questions from the committee that arose from my question or each other's questions? No, okay. All right, so what we will do is I'll ask you, Mr. Hykoop, to have a seat. Thank you. We will hear from everybody else in the gallery who would like to speak. We want to make sure everyone has an opportunity, takes the time that they need. If others that came before you said something, you can say, that you support, you're welcome to say so. We want to make sure we hear from everyone as well. So with that, or maybe what we should do first, Ms. Leach, is see if there's anybody online who's registered by Zoom to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not have anyone online. However, we do have 2 residents here that have pre-registered to speak, so I would ask that they come up first. And I do understand they have a presentation this evening, and they will be presenting somewhat together. So that is Ms. Natalie Duduc and Mr. Brad Whitelaw. And for the record, Mr. Chair, I would just like to note that Mr. Whitelaw did submit a written piece of correspondence, and I would just like to confirm on record that I have circulated that to the committee this evening. So I would invite Natalie and Brad up to the podium, please.
My name is Tobitzik.
Sorry?
My name is Tobitzik. You just called my name.
No, we're just going to start with our pre-registered speakers this evening, so Natalie and Brad.
We will hear from you soon. Thank you. Yes, we're sorry about that. They've been working on correcting the sound. Yes.
I have hearing aids. They're turned up really loud. I know there's other people here older than I am, and I'm sure they have the same difficulty.
Thank you. So I'd ask as you're coming up to the podium, please start with your name for our records. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Duduc, and I reside on Woodside Square, a few streets west of the subject of today's public hearing, being heard by this Committee of Adjustment for our town of Pelham. My husband and I are one of the first settlers of this section of Woodside Square way back in 1989. On behalf of my concerned neighbors, I would like to preface Brad Whitelaw's section of our presentation by providing the context as to why we are opposed to the application for minor variances as proposed for this condo development at 105 Welland Road. Now, I wish to begin my part of the presentation by first of all acknowledging and expressing my gratitude for being able to present our concerns and opinions in this venue, a public meeting called by our elected town officials. Given what's happening in today's world, we should all pause a moment and reflect upon how blessed and fortunate we are as Canadians in being able to freely converse and exchange our ideas. In particular, I would like to acknowledge our town staff's report on today's issue, their emphasis on ensuring their professional recommendations take public interest into account. This is found on page 39 of 61 of today's planning staff comments. Thank you. So I'll begin building this context for your consideration by referring to our Town of Pelham official plan. Brad will speak further to this in his presentation. Policy A.2.3.2 includes the objective to respect the character of existing developments and ensure that all applications for development are physically compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Further, B1.1.5, as you see here, refers to semi-detached townhouse, multiple, and apartment dwellings. Now, where lies our first concern on this proposed development? The proposed height of the building and neighborhood fit. We're talking about a 6-story plus 1 level of underground parking and 48 residential condominium units. There are no buildings of this height or design located anywhere in this primarily residential area of Fonthill. In fact, the only development that approaches this scale is Mountain View's development at Rice and Summersides. And as you know, this is one of 2 intensification sites in Pelham. As you also know, 105 Welland Road is not identified and never has been identified as a potential intensification area. Now, I hope you can see, or you probably can't, so I'll have to read it to you. On the left-hand side of that picture, we have highlighted the consultant planning justification report. So it says here that the council shall be satisfied that the proposed development has been designed and organized to respect the character of adjacent neighborhoods. And then the second thing we highlighted is that the proposed apartment building is residential, built for, that is compatible with and complementary to surrounding residential, institutional, and commercial land uses. Clearly, contrary to the consultant's planning justification report, this building is not compatible with surrounding residential properties which have been here over 30 years. Further to this section B1.1.5, increased traffic volume accessing Welland Road. Residents and service vehicles will be required to access and leave this property via Welland Road. Turning movements for service vehicles, such as delivery trucks, etc., cannot be accommodated on site. Consequently, they will need to back out onto Welland Road, creating a potential hazard. Alternatively, they will park on Welland Road and frustrate movements into or out of the site, the church, and Circle K, as well as block sightlines. With the creation of the ingress-egress for the new driveways of the building and church parking lot, there will be a total of 6 points of ingress-egress onto Welland Road within a 100-meter distance of each other, which could cause a public safety traffic hazard. So you see, we outlined those ingress-egress points in orange on that map. The increased volume of traffic. So the limited front yard setback of the proposed building could create a public safety hazard to the driving public on Welland Road due to reduced sightline visibility. Now, the planning justification report states it will not cause or create traffic hazards or an unacceptable level of congestion on surrounding roads. I'd like to just highlight their last sentence here about the traffic impact study that was supposed to be provided through the site plan prior to the construction of the apartment building. Now, this traffic impact study, in fact, was completed in November 2022. After our last Committee of Adjustment meeting on June 5th, I asked for and gratefully received right away a copy of this study. Unfortunately, the town was unable to show me where exactly in the study there was direct evidence supporting traffic safety. It provided lots of evidence over the 2 days it was conducted on traffic volumes. Now, how do the traffic counts on the 2 days that were monitored measure up against the road capacity and planned growth? Oh, thank you. The study was done in November 2022. The current upgrade to Pelham Street alone seems planned to accommodate greater flows. And let's not forget, there is an approved but not yet fully developed 14-unit townhouse development on the south side of Quaker, west of Circle K, which does not appear to be accounted for. So as residents living in this area, we can confirm that Welland Road is already very busy. And I can tell you personally, my husband and I have, and some of our neighbors that I see here, we've spoken to each other. When you come to the end of that section of Woodside Square, you're nervous going out because it's a blind curve and cars can zoom right at you. Another concern, increased demand on the town's existing water or sewage infrastructure. Now, the consultant's functional servicing report for the proposed development states that existing infrastructure has sufficient capacity and there is no need to upgrade services to accommodate it. However, water and sewage infrastructure in this area is older and is not designed to accommodate increased demand from this proposed development and future residential developments, as I mentioned, to be built across the road. This will further exacerbate these problems. So, for example, with the 14 townhouses being developed behind the Circle K and in Fenwick, they will be connecting into this same sewer line. Neighborhood residents have also experienced reduced water pressure and are concerned about potential sewage flooding into their homes if it is developed. So actually, an important question through you, Mr. Chair, to our town engineer, what are the current peak volumes being carried by the existing sewer as a percentage of its current capacity? Now about the shadow effect. The shadow effect of this proposed development will significantly impact western and northern neighborhood properties throughout the entire year. Yes, trees filter sunlight, but buildings do not. I'd like to point out to you this picture on the bottom left. Hopefully it'll show, we tried to do it in color. That is a beautiful sunrise from one of the backyards on Hunter's Court. You can see directly a bit to the right above the fence, that's the shed that's currently there, and in the distance, that's the lovely church. This will be gone. The sightline of neighboring properties will be obstructed by canopy trees to be planted in front of the rear visitor parking lot. Oh, and by the way, where will snow be stored when removed from these parking spaces and roadway? In terms of the noise and light pollution, the increased noise and light pollution to neighboring properties will result not only during the construction period, which the developer said will take several years, but from those residents living there afterwards. And again, I'd like to point out a few sections from the applicant's planning justification report that we've highlighted. In the introduction and summary, the sound level predictions indicate that future road traffic sound levels will exceed MECP guidelines at the proposed building. And then under site description and noise sources, the site is currently occupied by a church will be demolished. Now, here I need to pause and say that I was shocked when I read this. Why cram this development so close to our existing neighborhood in the first place if the church was going to be demolished and that site was available? But I've been told that, in fact, this statement was apparently a typo. Now, the potential for overflow visitor parking on neighboring streets. Yes, the existing plan calls for 11 visitor parking spaces, which includes 2 accessible spaces. Now, with 48 residential units, this could lead to a potential for overflow visitor parking on Hunters Court and Michaela Crescent, where both of these streets don't have adequate street parking as it is. Again, from the planning justification report, we've highlighted. Site access and circulation is provided by a 6.2 meter wide driveway connected to Quaker Road, and also in total, 61 parking spaces inclusive of 3 accessible parking spaces are accommodated on site. Now, I'm no expert, but I do drive an SUV, a mid-sized vehicle. Looking at the proposed 6.2 meter wide driveway, where will, in fact, a large vehicle like the inevitable garbage truck or that snowplow that I imagine will need to be there in the winter, where will it turn around? Now, in terms of the proposed canopy trees to be planted in front and rear parking lot and the existing trees. So the development plan calls for several large canopy trees to be planted between the 6-foot privacy fence on the west side and a rear visitor parking lot as outlined in red below on the right. As mentioned before, canopy trees will take years to mature and are only hoped, to provide privacy and buffer from noise and light. The driveway parking lot would be 3 meters from existing fence and backyards. The zoning bylaw states 6 meters. This is a proposed 50% reduction. And the construction of driveway garage entrance may result in the existing trees, in fact, not surviving in this small amount of space. And once more, the question of where's the snow going to be stored? The existing trees at the southeast corner of the church property. So the development plan calls for removal of between 20 to 26 fully mature trees on the southeast corner of the church property in order to accommodate a new church parking lot. Is removal of these trees the best option for the aesthetics of a major entry point into Fonthill? And of course, this means significant environmental impacts. What variety of trees will be replanted? What's their age expectancy? How long will it take them to mature to a height of 10 meters? Similar to the height of the existing trees that will be removed. Now, the potential stability issues with the existing soil. The land, which this proposed 6-story multi-residential building and underground parking is to be constructed on, is located on a former swamp and aquifer with a high water table. Based on the consultant's geotechnical investigation report, groundwater was recorded in several borehole samples at a shallow depth. Please note, all the boreholes were recorded to be dry on completion of drilling, with the exception of borehole number 4 and 5, with recorded groundwater at depths of 4.3 meters and 7.6 meters below existing grade, respectively. Groundwater was recorded at depths of about 2.9, 3.1, and 3.2 meters in borehole number 1 in these dates of August 22. And the static water level is estimated to be at a depth of about 3 meters. Now, this report's engineers, I read it, stressed the importance of the design and construction of this proposed building in accordance with all applicable codes and standards. Even to my non-engineer eyes, I saw many cautionary remarks made on this importance. And having seen videos, as many of us have, of the partial collapse of the development along the Welland Canal, I, for one, can certainly appreciate the importance of such geotechnical investigation reports. So neighbors are concerned with the stability of this ground, which could cause issues to surrounding residential properties during the construction phase of this building, at the very least. Now, potential structural damage to neighborhood properties. Is there a potential? Cracked foundations, walls, etc. during construction. Neighbors want assurances that any structural damage as a result of the construction will be repaired by a contractor within 6 weeks of being notified by the resident, to the resident's satisfaction, and of course, at the contractor's direct expense. In November of 22, a Change.org online petition was posted to support the rejection of the proposed development at 105 Welland Road. A total of 646 supporters signed this online petition. In addition, a door-to-door petition of those residents living within several blocks of this proposed development was conducted. Residents were asked whether they were opposed to the proposed development. A total of 510 residents signed the petition supporting the rejection of the proposed development. Now, in approaching my conclusion, I would like to highlight a few important sections of the Town of Pelham Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 4481, which is relevant, I believe, to our presentation today. According to Section 2, definitions, institutional use, we've highlighted it here. It means the use of land, buildings, or structures for religious, charitable, educational, health or welfare purposes, and without limiting the generality of the foregoing, may include churches, places of worship, public or private schools, public or private hospitals, community centers, government buildings, children's residences, adult daycare or respite care, and homes for special care. Further, according to Section 9.2, an institutional zone includes the following permitted uses. We've highlighted the applicant's choice, which was apartment dwelling, but I do want to point out all the others that are permitted here: assembly hall, auditorium, daycare center, long-term care home, municipal, government or public use, place of worship, public or private club, retirement home, school. When I saw this, I remembered the children's show with the game where kids are challenged to find one of these things is not like the other. Now, on page 29 of 61 of today's town staff report, I quote from a statement that was made in accordance with the Town of Pelham Official Plan 2014. I quote, "All types of residential uses are permitted in the urban living area built boundary designation," which of course 105 Welland falls under, along with complementary uses such as home occupations, bed and breakfast establishments, private home daycare, residential care facilities, daycare centers, institutional uses. Once more, I draw your attention to the definition, and finishes with convenience commercial uses. Now, let's pause once more on the permitted use of an apartment dwelling. On the very first page of today's town staff report as to what permissions are being sought by the applicant, town staff called this a 6-story residential apartment condominium. In the applicant's application for today's minor variances hearing, they called this an institutional residential apartment building. So my question is, through you, Mr. Chair, is this a condominium or an apartment building? Again, I'm no expert, but I believe these are two very different types of buildings with very different terms of accommodation, ownership versus rental, condo fees. And please consider this in terms of what I'm showing you on this slide. And for your consideration, would it not be reasonable to assume that our town of Pelham's intent of allowing apartment dwellings in the 2022 bylaw as a permitted use in the institutional zone be in conjunction with the mandate of the institution in question? For example, a church developing a seniors apartment building as part of the church's operation? Can we reasonably conceive the intent of this permitted use of apartment dwellings was to sell off a portion to a developer for a private development unrelated to the original institutional use? In conclusion, residents have identified a number of concerns pertaining to this proposed 6-story development and the associated application for minor variances being considered for approval by this Committee of Adjustment. As the Committee of Adjustment, if you approve these 5 variances, height, lot coverage, setback reductions, etc., and view them as minor, as suggested in the town's planning department report, we suggest you could be opening a Pandora's box for future developments where developers make submissions that are not in compliance with the town's official plan and the new zoning bylaw, which has just come into effect this year. The current official plan and the new updated bylaw has struck a balance to increase density in a well-planned and reasonable manner that does not adversely affect current residents. Please respect these documents as written, maintain their integrity by denying these variances, which are not minor in nature, when viewed holistically, and will have a negative impact on the residents of our neighborhood and possibly other neighborhoods in the town. At this time, Brad Whitelaw will discuss the concerns residents, neighbors have with the feasibility of these 5 minor variances in relation to the town's official plan and Planning Act.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And thank you very much, Committee of Adjustment, for affording me the opportunity to speak to you with regards to our concerns with the variances being proposed for 105 Wellman Road. As Natalie mentioned, I'm here to discuss the variances that are being proposed in relation to the town's official plan and how it is being interpreted by the town and by the consultant. With regards to the itself, as we know, and we've heard several times throughout today's presentations, but I want to reiterate again, the application for the relief of the following sections of the zoning bylaw is what is being proposed. Section 9.2.3 for the minimum lot area, the decrease from 150 square meters to 80 square meters per dwelling unit, the maximum building height, an increase from 15 meters to 21 meters. Section 9.2.3, the minimum side yard, the decrease from 6 meters to 3 meters on the easterly lot line only. Section 4.1.4.8, the parking lot area on the lot for the apartment building is to decrease the required 3-meter setback from the lot line to 1.9 meters. Excuse me. And finally, Section 4.3.1A, the minimum bicycle parking requirements, the decrease of the short-term bicycle parking requirement from 0.0 0.8 spaces to 0.25 spaces per unit, or 12 unit spaces. With regards to the Planning Act, Section 3 of the Planning Act requires that decisions concerning planning matters shall be consistent with provincial policy statements and shall conform with provincial plans. Clause 5 says a decision of the council of a municipality, a local board, a planning board, a minister of the Crown, and a ministry of the board, commission, or agency of the government, including the tribunal, in respect to the exercise of any authority that affects the planning matter, is subject to a regulation made under subsection 6.1 shall be consistent with the policy statements issued under subsection 1 that are in effect to the date of decision, and B, shall conform with the provincial plans that are in effect on that date and shall not conflict with the term as they may be. Section 45.1 of the Planning Act identifies the 4 tests required for the authorization of a minor variance. As the powers of committee, you as the Committee of Adjustment, upon the application of the owner of any land, building, or structure affected by any bylaw that is passed under Section 34 or 38, or a predecessor of such sections, any person authorized in writing by the owner may, despite any other act, authorize such minor variance from the provisions of the bylaw in respect of the land, building, or structure, or the use thereof, as in its opinion is desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land, building, or structure, if in the opinion of the committee, the general intent and purpose of the bylaw and of the official plan, if any, are maintained. In this particular case, for this application to be approved, it is required that each individual variance and holistically all 5 variants must meet all 4 tests established by Section 45. With regards to the provincial policy statement and growth plan, the provincial policy statement and growth plan provide a high level, I reiterate, a high level policies that support and promote the development of complete communities through intensification, compact build format, and a range and mix of housing types, including opportunities for housing that is considered to be affordable. These provincial policy documents place importance on ensuring that new development is efficient and that it optimizes the use of existing municipal infrastructure. The provincial policies also provide direction on the protection of significant natural heritage features and their associated ecological functions, as well as for the conservation of cultural heritage attributes and landscapes. But most importantly, all of those policies are to be broadly applied at a regional or town-wide basis. The PPS requires that not all Ontario municipalities are alike and affords planning authorities the opportunity to develop unique policies that address the desired outcome. The following excerpt is from Part 3 of How to Read the Provincial Policy Statement. Geographic scale of policies. The provincial policy statement recognizes the diversity of Ontario and that local context is important. Policies are outcome-oriented, and some policies provide flexibility in their implementation, provided that provincial interests are upheld. While the policy statement is to be read as a whole, not all policies will be applicable to every site, feature, or area. The provincial policy statement applies at a range of geographic scales. Now, some of the policies refer to specific areas or features that can only be applied where these features or areas exist. Other policies refer to planning objectives that need to be considered in the context of the municipality or planning area as a whole and are not necessarily applicable to the specific site or development proposal. With respect to the regional official plan, the subject lands are located within the settlement area as identified in Schedule A, local municipalities, to the regional official plan. In maintaining consistency with provincial policy and conformity with provincial plans, the ROP directs and forecasts growth to settlement areas. As permitted by the policy plan, the ROP recognizes the established residential neighborhoods have unique scale and character and permits local municipalities to establish appropriate policies for infilling. Section 2.2 of the Regional Official Plan includes the following policy. Under 2.2.1, Managing Urban Growth, 2.2.1.1, development in urban areas will integrate land use planning and infrastructure planning to responsibly manage forecast growth and to support, under H, opportunities for the integration of gentle density and a mix and range of housing options that considers the character of established residential neighborhoods. And I, the development of a mix of residential build forms in appropriate locations, such as local growth centers, to ensure compatibility with established residential areas. Compatibility with established areas. As far as Pelham's official plan, in line with the PPS, GP, and ROP, Pelham's official plan contains a policy framework that is intended to balance the achievement of residential intensification targets with protection of established residential neighborhoods. In addressing urban character, Policy A 2.3.1 of the official plan of the Town of Pelham states, it is the goal of this plan to protect and enhance the character of existing urban areas. Policy 8.2.3.2 then goes on to state the following objectives: to maintain and enhance the urban areas as diverse, livable, safe, accessible, and attractive communities, to respect the character of existing development, and to ensure all applicable applications for development are physically compatible with the current character of the surrounding neighborhood. The subject lands are designated urban living area according to the official plan. In permitting and promoting various housing types, Policy B 1.1.1 recognizes that the appropriateness of development must be considered. The purpose of urban living area designation is to recognize the existing residential areas of Fonthill and Fenwick and to promote the efficient use of existing and planned infrastructure by creating the opportunity for various forms of residential intensification where appropriate. Now, that use of term where appropriate gives recognition to the fact that planning does not support intensification at all costs, but rather a balanced approach based on the local context is required. Now, in respect to apartment dwellings, which we know this is being applied for, policy B1.1.2C requires specific consideration of policy B1.1.5, which states that in addition to the criteria listed in policy B1.1.2, in considering a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan application to permit a semi-detached dwelling, townhouse, multiple or apartment development, council or committee of adjustment shall be satisfied that the proposal A, respects the character of adjacent residential neighborhoods in terms of height, bulk, and massing. B, can easily be integrated with surrounding land uses. C, will not cause or create traffic hazards or an unacceptable level of congestion on surrounding roads. And D, is located on a site that has adequate land area to incorporate required parking, recreational facilities, landscaping, and buffering on site. In addressing residential intensification, policy B1.1.3 states that the town will assess the density of such proposals relative to the surrounding neighborhood, as well as the site and building design of the proposal. The town will also assess how issues such as landscaping, access, parking, utilities, and maintenance have been addressed in this proposal. The policy also makes specific note that the financial feasibility of or market potential for the proposed development will not form the basis of any decision by committee or council to approve an intensification or redevelopment proposal. Policy B1.1.3 imposes a number of criteria to be considered in the evaluation of proposals, including B, intensification and redevelopment proposals are encouraged to achieve a unit density and housing type that is in keeping with the character of the density of the neighborhood where it is proposed. Within the intensification areas identified in Schedules A1 and A2, the implementing zoning bylaw may establish minimum and maximum densities of between 10 and 25 units per hectare. Policy D2.6 provides detailed direction concerning the town's focus on the need for diversity in transportation modes and its desire to show leadership on this emerging need in urban planning. Specific to bicycling, the policy recognizes the following. The town will develop policies and zoning standards to support active transportation in all industrial, commercial, and residential development by requiring pedestrian and cycling linkages and appropriate facilities for bicycle storage and parking. Now, staff's report regarding this application A16-2023P. Staff's report regarding A16-2023P suggests that the provincial policy statement and growth plan are the more relevant documents. This is not true in the sense that the broad provincial policies may be implemented through strategies sensitive to local context. Staff's report also discusses the importance of public interest, but staff never identifies what the public interest is. There is a reference to public policy, which presumably refers to the provincial interest in provision of adequate housing, but it doesn't come out and say that. If that's what the town staff are referring to in the report, the official plan appropriately addresses this interest by providing detailed strategy for housing intensification that focuses the intention first on intensification corridors, and then secondly on potential intensification areas, not established residential neighborhoods. 105 Welland Road is not identified as part of either the intensification corridor or a potential intensification area. Now, with respect to this one here, I want to draw your attention to an OLT tribunal decision that was made regarding 20 Allen Crescent in Font Hill. Committee of Adjustment denied the variances requested at 20 Allen Crescent, as these variances would change the character of the neighborhood in contravention to the official plan A2.3.1. Now, this example that I'm drawing to your attention here is very similar to 105 Welland Road, where the variances are being requested will change the character of this neighborhood if they are granted by Committee of Adjustment, because the height of the building being proposed. The developer appealed for this is for 20 Allen Crescent. The developer appealed Committee of Adjustment's decision relative to the variances with the OLT, or Ontario Land Tribunal. However, in its decision of February 17, 2021, OLT were very critical of the liberal interpretation of Section B1.1.3 of the official plan residential intensification policies that were taken by town staff. OLT's decision reiterated in Clause 61, the town provided written submissions which asserted that the intensification policies of the provincial policy statement and growth plan do not override the official plan. In support of this assertion, the town submitted to the OMB case regarding KO 2014 Carswell, Ontario. The tribunal notes that at paragraph 49, Member Taylor states, the intensification promoted in this provincial policy statement in PTG is not intensification at all costs. Rather, Section 4.7 of the PPS states that the most important vehicle for the implementation of the PPS is the municipality's official plan, not the provincial statements. With respect to zoning bylaw 4481/2020, the lands are zoned institutional according to that zoning bylaw. We recognize that. And as Natalie has mentioned, it does permit apartment dwelling for a number of other uses. Development of an apartment dwelling still is subject to the following requirements. Under 9.2.3, the zoning requirements for apartment dwelling, the minimum lot frontage is 30 meters. The minimum lot area, 150 square meters per unit. The minimum front yard, 3 meters. The maximum front yard, 6 meters. The minimum side yard, 6 meters, or half the height of the building, whichever is less. The minimum corner side yard, 3 meters to 6 meters, and the minimum rear yard 12 meters. A maximum building height of 15 meters and a maximum lot coverage of 50%. The zoning bylaw also goes on in section 4.3. It contains detailed framework for the provision of the bicycle parking for the various uses, which are identified on the map up there. And section 4.3.2 requires that all short-term bicycle parking areas shall be located a maximum of 15 meters from a building entrance, and all long-term bicycle parking shall be located indoors on the ground floor. The zoning bylaw also imposes specific requirements for the size of bicycle parking spaces, as well as detailed dimensions and layouts for the configuration of spaces and aisles, which is on the graph there. The next part of my presentation is going to be addressing the four tests that need to be met with regards to determining whether it is the minor variance. The first test being, does the variance meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan? With respect to the lot area, to reduce the minimum lot area from 150 square meters to 80 square meters per unit, while permitting and promoting intensification, the policies of the official plan require the development to be compatible with the character of surrounding neighborhood. That's policy A.3.2, and supports the establishment of a minimum and maximum densities of between 10 and 25 units per hectare. That's entrenched in policy B1.1.3b. Surrounding lands are primarily occupied by single detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings, as been noted already, not exceeding 10 meters in height. The shaded area surrounding the subject lands, illustrated below in figure in blue, represents an area of approximately 8.13 hectares. Within this area lie 113 dwelling units. That's yielding a density of 13.9 units per hectare, within that 10 to 25 range. This proposed development of 48 units is on 0.3893 hectares. That translates into 123.3 units per hectare. 123.3 units. The proposed development would result in 900% increase in density. It is not physically compatible and does not achieve a density that is in keeping with the existing neighborhood. That's at a lowly 13.9 units per hectare. With respect to the maximum building height for test 1, they want to increase it from 15 meters to 21 meters, or 5 to 6 stories. In promoting intensification and permitting apartment development, the policies of the official plan require the development to be physically compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Again, quoting policy A2.3.2, and to respect the character of adjacent residential neighborhoods in terms of height, bulk, and massing, policy B115. The figure below provides an illustration of the height, bulk, and massing of the proposed development in relation to the adjacent place of worship and the dwellings located on Hunter's Court. It's been brought with regards to the 45 angular plane. Okay. However, the proposed variance in height represents a substantial increase that fails in the requirement to be physically compatible and respectful of the surrounding neighborhood. In particular, the line of vision from the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Now, I don't know too many people that are in apartments there that look just on a 45-degree angle down. You look straight out and over. So to tell the residents there you can only look 45 degrees down there to not look into backyards of properties is not. So it's an invasion of privacy, which should not be allowed to occur. The variance for the height increase alone should not be granted for this reason. The maximum building height, again, in respect to the feasibility of the project, the Planning Justification Report, their report on page 22, informs in part, the increased building height of 21 meters allows for the integration of 2 levels of indoor parking within an underground garage and at a grade level garage while maintaining 48 dwelling units to ensure the viability and the feasibility of the project, the dollars and cents part of it. This position should not be given any regard in that the official plan is clear in identifying that financial feasibility of or market potential for the proposed development will not form the basis of any decision to approve an intensification or redevelopment proposal. Again, policy B1.1.3. With respect to the minimum bicycle parking, as we've noted, they want to reduce the short-term bicycle parking requirement from 0.8 spaces to 0.25 spaces. Now, the intent of the official plan is to encourage and promote diversity in active transportation modes. Specific to the use of bicycles, the official plan provides specific direction to the provision of appropriate facilities for bicycle storage and parking, policy D2.6. The proposed reduction in bicycle parking erodes that ability of this development to appropriately accommodate this form of active transportation. Test 2. Does the variance meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? With respect to minimum lot area, they want to reduce the minimum lot area requirement from 150 square meters to 80 square meters per dwelling unit. The intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws minimum lot area provision is to control the density of development. The requirement of 150 square meters per dwelling unit effectively establishes a maximum density of 66.7 units per hectare. It is very important to note that this existing permission greatly exceeds the maximum density of 25 units per hectare, which we discussed earlier, in intensification areas provided for in the official plan under policy B113B, and already challenges the ability of any development to be sensitive to the density of the surrounding development. The proposal to reduce the lot area requirement to 80 square meters then per dwelling unit yields a density of 123.3 units per hectare. That's nearly double that 66.7 units per hectare. With respect to maximum building height, to increase the maximum building height from 15 to 21 meters, and the minimum side yard, to reduce the minimum side yard from 6 meters to 3 meters on the easterly side. The zoning bylaw uses the maximum height and minimum side yard provisions to control the mass of apartment dwellings introduced in the institutional zone. The height control is exercised to accommodate a gentle increase over the height limitation on adjacent residential areas. While the provision of a side yard is intended to prevent crowding of buildings in order to maintain the residential character of the area. The proposed building height increase of 6 meters does not give regard to the intended limitations on massing. And the proposed side yard reduction of 3 meters challenges the ability of the lands to accommodate appropriate spatial separation. Again, with test 2, for the parking area on the lot, to reduce the required 3-meter setback from the lot line to 1.9 meters. The intent of this setback is to reduce the impact of vehicles parked in close proximity to adjacent residential units. In this particular situation, the rear visitor parking lot faces the backyard of an adjacent townhouse dwelling. The opportunity to sustain existing vegetation and enhance same to accommodate substantial landscaping, shielding, and headlights is very questionable. Doesn't matter what trees you put up through there. You're not going to shield headlights coming through. If you can find that, I'd be amazed. With respect to the minimum parking, or the bicycle parking, the intent and purpose of this provision is to reflect the town's commitment to support various modes of active transportation by ensuring the provision of related infrastructure. Now, the origin of this provision is founded in the region's work with local municipalities to establish the proposed model of bicycle parking zoning provisions for Niagara. In this, the report recommended that local municipalities should consider the following in their zoning bylaws: specific number of bicycle parking spaces by land use type, require long-term parking for most land uses, by particularly for workplaces, transit stations, and multi-residential development. Require adequate short-term parking for other land uses. List or recommend guideline references for bicycle parking planning and design for on-street parking, off-street parking, showers, and clothing lockers. This regional report, I want to say, was acknowledged in the Town of Pelham's active transportation plan and implementation strategy as a guiding policy. In doing so, the town's bylaw contains specific requirements with regards to the development, which are highlighted in red up there. The proposed reduction in short-term parking spaces for bicycles would thwart the town's intention to accommodate infrastructure necessary to promote active transportation in the town. This proposal does not meet the dimensional, location, and layout requirements of Section 4.3.3 of the zoning bylaw. The third test. Is the variance desirable for the appropriate development or use of land, building, or structure? The intensity of the proposed development is significant and represents a substantial change to the physical character of the area. The massing of this building represents a significant departure from the surrounding residential, institutional, and commercial uses. The location of the building, proposed traffic movements throughout the site, exiting and under the underground and at grade parking, and parking hold great potential to alter adjacent owners' use of their own lands on Hunters Court, Woodside. The site offers little opportunity for the provision of natural buffering. The retention and long-term viability of existing vegetation on the church property is questionable. The consultant has indicated that they may be able to maintain these trees, may, in their report. Doesn't mean they will be there. Further, the proposed development offers a very small amount of amenity space that is located between the parking aisle and the rear yards of the dwellings next to them, measuring approximately 6 meters or 20 feet by 85 meters, 280 feet. And that's the amenity area that's outlined in red. This area of land does not provide functional recreational space for the residents of this development. And the fourth test is the variance minor in nature. Wow. The variances in lot area, just the density, and height are excessive numerically. However, more importantly, they represent a major degree or impact that cannot be mitigated by this committee. For this reason, these variances should not be considered minor in nature, and application A16-2023P should be denied. And I appreciate your time. I'm wrapping up now. In my conclusion, if these 5 variances are granted to the current zoning bylaw, which would allow this proposal to proceed as a 6-story apartment building in an institutional zone, these would be in contravention to the following policies of the town's official plan. A2.3.1, urban character, specifically to enhance the character of existing urban areas. A2.3.2, urban character objectives, to respect the character of existing development and ensure that all applications for development are physically compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhoods. B1.1.3, intensification. The town will assess the density of such proposals relative to the surrounding neighborhood, as well as the site building design of the proposal. B1.1.5, semi-detached townhouse, multiple and apartment dwellings. Council and Committee of Adjustment shall be satisfied that the proposal, A, respects the character of adjacent residential neighborhoods in terms of height, bulk, and massing. B, can be easily integrated with surrounding land uses. C, will not cause or create traffic hazards or an unacceptable level of congestion on surrounding roads. And D, is located on a site that has adequate land area to incorporate required parking, recreational facilities, landscaping, and a buffering site. Finally, in conclusion, the proposed development requires the 5 variants that run contrary to the policy direction of the town's official plan, and specific the requirements of the zoning bylaw that are intended to ensure that development is physically compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. Committee of Adjustment, as a result, we respectfully request that this committee reject application A16-2023P as the 5 variances being sought by the applicant do not meet all 4 tests as noted below from Section 45 of the Province of Ontario's Planning Act. Number 1, do the 5 variances being requested meet the general intent and purpose of the official plan? No. There's no protection of neighborhood. It's not physically compatible, and there will be traffic hazards. 2, do the 5 variances being requested meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw? No. The lot area, 123.3 hectares per units per hectare versus 66.7 as zoned. There's a 50% reduction to the side lot line. The bike storage is reduced by 69%. And there was a reduction of lot setback for parking by 35%. Question test 3, are the 5 variances being requested desirable for the appropriate development or use of land, building, or structure? No, again. No functional space for recreational use or enjoyment for tenants. The overall lot size is too small for a building of this size and this stature. And the 4th test, holistically, are these 5 variances being requested considered minor in nature? No. There's a density increase, as we've discussed, of 900% within the 8.3 hectare surrounding area of this property. The height is 25% taller than the bylaw currently allows. And there's impact on the neighborhood. We've heard about the shadowing, the traffic, and the light pollution. Committee of Adjustment, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Whitelaw and Ms. Dedich. Any questions from the committee for the those two that just spoke?
I have a couple, maybe not necessary to the presenter, but just points that were raised that I'd like to get town's comment on. In the materials that provided, I see nothing from the region that comments on water or sewage capacities that might be impacted by this development. Is there any info?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no capacity issues in the storm or the sanitary sewer in the area.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I can hear.
There are no issues with the storm or the sanitary system in the area.
Okay. And for Ms. Weens, just technical question, the use of apartment dwelling versus condominium, does that raise any issues for us?
Mr. Chair, through you, condominium is a form of tenure. So an apartment is the use, but tenure is referred to, or condominium is a form of tenure where you own your unit versus it being a rental unit. So you can have condominium apartments, you can have condominium townhouses, you can have condominium single detached dwellings, but it's in this case, what we're talking about is an apartment dwelling.
And finally, you're going to, I'm not sure, maybe the developer might be best to help me with some of the math on the minimum lot size. I'm stuck converting hectares into square meters, and for 48 units, as is proposed, and on the size of the lot, what does that work out to precisely? Is it 60, or I was trying to do the math and I got a higher density number or minimum lot number than
I have that calculation here. Just bear with me for a second. So we have overall the density is on this site is 123.39 units per hectare. That's 48 units over 0.389 hectares, which is approximately 1 acre.
Okay, sorry, if I understood you, you're saying that the density would be 123? Is that what I heard you say?
Let me just confirm that again. I can run the math. That's correct.
Thank you. Perhaps I'm just going to build on that a little bit, and I'll turn to Ms. Stan. But if I may, a question for Ms. Weens at the town. How is density calculated? How is it incorporated when we look at densities on specific sites? How is that done? How does it relate to the town's official plan, regional and provincial standards?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So when we calculate density for a site, when it's a plan of subdivision, for example, you take out the environmental constraints areas, the natural heritage features, but the roads are included in the density calculation. In this case, on a site-specific example like this, again, it is the land area of the site, not the road. And again, any environmental or natural heritage feature would be removed so that you have what's referred to as a net density. On this particular site, there is no natural heritage feature. So the site is 0.389 of a hectare, almost just shy of an acre in area, to convert that to the imperial measurement. And then the 48 units divided by the 0.389 is what translates to 123 units per hectare. And that is a similar kind of density. The way of defining the density is similar to what is in the regional plan.
Thank you. Ms. Stan, any questions for the presenters or in relation to what was raised now?
And maybe Ms. Wines can just confirm for me, so the density meets the official plan and the zoning bylaw? There's no variance or anything required for that?
So there are not specific requirements for density in the official plan with respect to this site or in the zoning bylaw. It was the number of units, the square footage per unit that is in the zoning bylaw that needs to be varied. So that's the other way of, I guess, addressing the density. And in this case, you're finding that with the underground parking that's being provided, that's allowing for physically more units on the site, which then means that the number of units per square meter of land area is being reduced.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
We're going to suggest a recess. I have 6:36. Maybe we can come back at 6:45 sharp and we'll continue then. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is 6:45 p.m. and we will resume the meeting.
Order. Order, please. Thank you. So we will continue with the public portion of the meeting, and I'd ask that anybody else who would like to speak is welcome to come forward. Please start by clearly stating your name for our records.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Claude Leduc. Leduc is L-E-D-U-C.
Thank you.
So I live on Quaker Road. Every day I risk my life on the street. They have no sidewalk, a ditch. I walk my dog twice per day. And obviously this will have a negative impact. As you well know, the town of Pelham do nothing about Quaker Road, south of South Pelham. Something is supposed to be done, but nothing is never done. It was supposed to be this year, maybe next year. I have no idea when they really do it. So this is not a minor variant. This is more than that, okay? Minor variant is something little, that obviously logically it's something little. But when you're building an apartment building 6-story high in a neighborhood where the people live in a townhouse 2-story high, or one single home, and you're going to build a 6-story building behind their backyard, this is not something little. This is huge. This is really have a negative impact on people. As you well know, just on Welland Road, they just built a new townhouse just across the church. They have near the corner store. They have built two side by side. They are 2-story high. And as you well know, they are basically now tearing down South Pelham at the corner of Quaker Road and Welland Road in the direction of Highway 20, and they will do the rest up to the end of the town of Pelham. They told me when they are done and very soon. So as you know, they're going to have a space for people bicycling, that the way it is now have been done on South Pelham Road from Font Hill. So the reason I say that, obviously, the town of Pelham is spending money for redoing the sidewalk, redoing the street, putting space for people bicycling. And you have someone who wants to make an application for this building, and they say basically, oh, we don't care about the bicycling rule for this building. The town spend money to have encouraged people to bicycling and not to be skilled on the Pelham Road. The town of Pelham just spent money on the Line Street to have other on the borrower to increase the condition of the bicycling road. And from what I understand, on the road where I live, on Quaker Road, the plan is to remove the ditch. Maybe one day I will have a sidewalk and not risk my life every day when I walk my dog twice per day, because as I don't know if you ever walk on Quaker Road. I never know if you walk on South Pelham. I don't know where you live, but nobody follow the speed limit. The town of Pelham, I went to see them, they say it's not their problem because it's a regional road. It's not on them to check if the light works or not. The speed bump, it's not their problem. It's the town of the region of Niagara, not the city of Pelham, because they say it's the city of the Niagara region who's supposed to put speed bump or not. People drive on that street like crazy. People go very fast. So the impact of that building, what is going to happen? You're going to have a 6-story building with 48 units. You can call it a condominium or not. It changed nothing. As I don't remember her name. A condominium, it's only the way you own a unit. It can be called a condominium if each person you own the unit, or it can be an apartment building, a landlord all the building. The reality, someone who have a condominium can rent the unit to anyone they want. So that's mean what you have really, it's an apartment building with 48 units. This is what is the reality of that building. And the reality of that building, as you well know, those people will go on Welland Road, as you ask question to the representative of the developer. Why they go on Welland Road? Why they will not go on South Pelham? They build the building along the backyard of people. Everybody know here a tree is there, but the tree will disappear. They will die, or they will destroy these trees when they're going to build the apartment building, and they will not be there forever, those trees. What you're going to have, you're going to have people who live in an apartment building, 6-story high, who are going to basically look in the backyard of the people who live just on the other side. Those people who have the bad luck of having bought a townhouse years ago now will be stuck in their backyard with an apartment building. People looking in their backyard all the time. They're going to enjoy no privacy in their backyard at all, because obviously those people on the balcony will look in their backyard. And after that, they're going to try probably to sell their unit, but they maybe have problem or not, because who wants to have someone looking in your backyard just behind? And you were going to have all those people who are going to leave the Welland Road, and they're going to end on Welland Road. They're going to speed. It's what people do. You have not speed bump. You have nothing to regulate the people, how people drive on that road. And that will increase, obviously, the amount of people. And they may not have enough unit to park. Where are they going to park? Obviously, they're not going to park on Welland Road because it's no parking. They're all going to park on the little road around it. Those people who live just on the crescent will not be able to enjoy their street anymore. It will be full of people residing there, because most likely people will, in that building, will rent the apartment unit, try to have renter. Renter will have, I don't know how many people living on those units, and you're going to increase the number of vehicles. You have no guarantee to know how many people will live in that building. You're going to have, they claim, 48 units, but how many people will live there? How many cars? If you rent to people who go to Niagara College or go to another place, then maybe they're going to have 2-3 people, students, 3 cars. They're going to park where, all those people? All on the street around it. This will obviously have an impact on traffic. The study you have on traffic, they have not talked about the impact on traffic on Quaker Road south of South Pelham. The only documents they provide you, it's impact on traffic on Welland Road, starting from South Pelham and going north to A Street. Nothing on the South Quaker Road going south direction of Lane Street. You have no study about that. And obviously, I don't know if you ever walk around that property. I don't know if you ever went there. Me, I walk twice per day almost with my dog. So what I can tell you, obviously, it's like it's the wrong building at the wrong place. It's nothing wrong to build a building like that, but it needs to be built at the right place. Where they are building like that right now, they're building it on Niagara Street near the Seaway Mall, or they are building it just one here across the street. That building should be built on the Highway 20 or near Highway 20 in South Pelham, or near the townhouse, City Hall in Pelham. It should not be built 6-story high, where people have lived there forever on a single home or townhouse, and people suddenly, what you're doing, you say, oh, I'm going to build in your backyard, in your neighborhood, an apartment building. And no matter what you're going to say, we don't care, because obviously you're going to follow the bylaw, or I don't know what, you can write it the way you want, but the reality, this will have a negative impact of the life of all the people who reside around that building. And you have no study at all that will say, and they cannot provide you any information, how many people will live on those 48 units. You have no way that you can regulate that. People will live there, maybe 2 cars. I have no idea how many parking spots you're going to have, and where all those people will live everywhere, and that will increase obviously the number of vehicles. I don't know if you're going to force them to build speed bump on Welland Road, if you're going to force them to build speed bump on Quaker Road. If a sidewalk will be built, those people will go where? They're going to use the road. They're going to go from that apartment building to go where? They have no apartment building around that place at all. So I really have trouble. Obviously, the person who owns the property, it's from what I understand, it's the church. It's not the builder. So if they want to build something, this should be like the same kind of unit who is presently around the neighborhood. So if they want to build townhouse, it will be exactly as the same unit who are in the neighborhood, single house, townhouse. That piece of land is big enough to build townhouse. Why they just don't build townhouse that will fit in the neighborhood, fit exactly as the 2 townhouse they just built on Welland Road, just across the street. It will be exactly across them. They have townhouse they just built probably 2 years ago, just near. So why they don't build unit like that, like something that will look like the same construction you have right now at the right place? That thing is wrong with building a townhouse that will not destroy everything that is around, and that will address the amount of unit and not having people looking off backyard of people. And you're going to increase from 15 to 21 meter the height of the building. If I understand correctly, they'd say presently 15 meter high. You're going to increase to 21. That is a big jump. This is a big increase of height in a neighborhood. People will live there, and I'm sure no one who are here, I expect one day they're going to have an apartment building in their backyard. Suddenly you have, out of the blues, an apartment building. You throw that to people, you destroy their life. You're going to say, we don't care, we don't live there. Or this will have a negative impact. So the problem really, obviously, it's like I really don't understand why it cannot be built another place in the city of Pelham where they have apartment building right now. Why at that place where there are no building exists, you have no 6-story building every place around there. So the request should be obviously, because it's more than minor, it's really a major building that you're dropping on the neighborhood. And so, I just want to make sure this example, Carriage Roads of Pelham. And obviously, even if you arrive at the conclusion, because it's like comply with the regulation, does not mean that what is legal is morally correct. Obviously, you all know that morally and legally, it's 2 different things. two different concepts at all. What can be legally appropriate, it can be morally wrong, totally inappropriate, because obviously to expect that people will have a 6-story high building in their backyard one day, and when people live only are near townhouse and single home, and you impose on them at 6-story high, this is morally wrong. Totally wrong. And so it's clear that this is not appropriate to have this to be built at that place. And I'm sure the people, the city of Pelham have not. Have you make a study about the impact on Quaker Road?
Sir, you must direct your comments to the committee exclusively. Thank you.
Okay. So this is just the comment I have to make, obviously. And yep, so that means 48 more cars when I walk my dog twice per day, who almost eat me on the Quaker Road every day. No sidewalk, ditch. In the winter, it's even worse with the snow, and because people don't care, and you have no space to walk, especially, and every time you risk your life.
Any question for Mr. Lidak? No questions. Thank you. Thanks for those comments. Anybody else? Yes, come on up. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity to speak a bit. I just wanted to make a couple of really quick notes.
Sorry, sir. Could you start with your name? Sorry to interrupt. Could you start with your name? Thank you.
No, if you could just begin with your name, please, for the record.
I'm sorry?
Your name, please, for the record.
Yes. My name is Giorgio. My last name is Panici. I live at 19 Michaela Crescent here in Font Hill. Back of my property is basically 3 doors to the west of the intersection of Michaela and Welland Road, so I'm very close proximity to the proposed development. I just want to go over a few points really quickly. I know it's been a really long meeting. I just want to emphasize a few things. I'll try not to repeat things that have already been said in the presentations. There's been over 500 tax-paying individuals that have signed petitions who do not believe that these variances are minor in nature. They believe that they're very major in nature and inappropriate. As far as the traffic goes, again, because my property backs onto Welland Road, quite often in the morning when I'm having a coffee on my deck, I could easily watch cars back up from the intersection of Pelham and Welland, or Quaker, if you will, at that point, all the way west to the new Quaker intersection on Welland. Very common for that to happen for at least an hour, hour and a half in the morning and evening. So with increased traffic, I can't see that being any better than what it is right now. The zoning bylaw amendment, my understanding is, from a lot of our discussions in our opposition group, is that it was really meant for like the area here for the MCC, not really for infill in small areas where there's an established community, established neighborhood. So we find it inappropriate that it's being applied to this particular case. A point that the consultant had made here about the archaeological assessment, so I just wanted to get some clarification on this or just make a point about it, is that I understood that that report hasn't been completed yet because it's not required until after the approvals have gone through, but yet it indicates that there were no concerns from an archaeological assessment. So I'm not really too clear on this, or I'm a bit confused as to whether that report exists or not. My understanding is it does not because it hasn't been completed yet. Regarding the trees, so we talked about these large mature trees between the property line and Hunter's Court and the proposed development. I'm not an arborist, I'm not a landscape architect, but I'm a forest technologist, and I know for a fact that those trees will die because of the shadow cast and the lack of sunlight that will hit those trees during a number of days of the year, especially during the peak periods when they're most required to have it. Those trees are already at a very mature level, and once you cut out the light, you're going to kill those trees. In addition, if there's any surface disturbance from parking lot activities, developing, planting more trees, whatever the case may be, you're going to disturb the soil and you're going to disturb the root nature of the trees. They will die eventually. So whatever you gain in planting other trees, they will have to be something that will be able to tolerate shadow, but unfortunately, usually those trees are very slow growing, like cedars, and will take years and years and years to develop any kind of really good buffer. And in the other site plan that was shown, just to reemphasize, there will be at least 15 to 20 trees being removed from the remaining of the church property in order to establish the parking lot that they will need to replace the parking lot that the new building, proposed building, excuse me, will occupy. But yet, my understanding is from other discussions we've had with people within the staff or within the town of Pelham that the town doesn't like to see parking lots facing out onto the street. As the development right across the street to the south, 1022 Pelham, where the gas station is, the building was built so that it was facing out on the street and all the pumps and the parking are in the back area so that you're not seeing them directly on the street, which would be contrary to what the parking lot scheme showed in the plan. So that's a concern we have as well. Now, it's interesting, I think it was Mr. McCann that pointed out something about, has there been any discussions about redesigning, changing some of the plan of the building, the size, the shape, whatever that may be. Interestingly, on behalf of our opposition group, core group, I met with the church board, two of the members, David Braun and Reg Sonnenberg. I think Reg is gone now. I don't see him here anymore. And also with Stephen Kaiser, who is not being mentioned here today, and I don't know why. He was one of the original individuals that were at those meetings. At that particular meeting on March 16th, we presented, on behalf of the group, presented an alternative to building on that site, something that we could live with and be happy with. We all know that we have to have development. We all know that we want to make the city bigger or the town a little bigger, a little better, but just not with this particular proposed development. But yet, what we had proposed in very rudimentary form, just as a sense of presentation and allow some discussion to happen, was just pushed to the side. I believe that if we had carried on with that conversation, today's meeting would be a non-issue. It would, everything would have just kind of gone through with new development and so on. But again, they didn't want to listen to anything that the individuals in the area that were impacted directly by this proposed development didn't want to hear anything about it, so which was really kind of unfortunate. Generally speaking, the proposed building is simply too large for this property, and it doesn't fit with the surrounding area, the low-density housing that's there, low and medium density with the townhouses that are in the area. It just doesn't fit with the scheme. Coming from a real estate background, it's something that just would not look right. When you start thinking about this giant 6-story tower parked in front of a small church that's probably in its 40 or 50 years now of life expectancy, I can't see the curb appeal as I'm driving down Pelham, going south, taking a look to my right as I pass that intersection going, wow, that's kind of weird. You know, that church is like rammed right up against this new proposed, or this new 6-story building. It just doesn't fit for me. Like, it just doesn't have that kind of an appeal. So in conclusion here, I'm requesting on behalf of our group that the Committee of Adjustment reject this particular application for these variances in any other form. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Panici, we may have some questions for you as well, so if you don't mind. Are there, I'll turn to my friends here. Mr. McCann? Stan? No. Okay. I have, a couple of questions that come up, but I may ask these of town staff, of Ms. Wiens. Could you tell us about the status of the archaeology work? And I'll turn to the applicants if needed, but if you're aware of the process generally and what stage they're at in relation to that. I saw it was mentioned in the report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that a phase 1, 2, and 3 archaeological assessment was completed, and I believe they did partial Phase 3. Those reports are before the ministry, waiting for clearance. And so we're just waiting for that. So an archaeological assessment is required for this development to proceed.
Right, thank you. So as I understand it, it's the province and the province's group that makes decisions with respect to archaeology. Is
That's
that right?
correct. That's
Okay.
correct, Mr. Chair. The clearance comes from the province. The town does not have any authority or jurisdiction in that area.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little confused a bit about the trees as it relates to where the parking lot will go with the church as it would then be, and how that relates to the application that's before us. If a consent's been approved, is there, I guess what I'm asking is what turns, maybe this isn't for you, Ms. Ween, so say so and I can ask it to the applicant, but what turns on those trees as it relates to this application? If it was a house going in here or if it was a series of townhouses, how would that affect the trees that are at the Pelham and Welland intersection?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those trees have no bearing on this application. They don't have anything to do with the proposal for the apartment building. The church is required to obtain site plan approval for a reconfigured parking lot for their use. That was a condition of the severance approval. And so they will be going through that process to reconfigure the parking lot. And if trees are required to be removed to reconfigure the parking lot, that's a separate issue and doesn't have anything to do with this application.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a question?
Sorry, through you,
Go ahead.
through you, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just to follow up on that, as far as the actual 105 site, the presenter has questioned the potential for the trees to not be healthy, if you like. Is there any? Does the town have any leeway to enforce sort of the maintenance of healthy trees as part of the whole buffer agreement?
So, Mr. Chair, through you, if this development were to proceed, they would be required to enter into site plan approval, and there are and would be conditions in the site plan agreement that would require the maintenance of the trees to be healthy. They need to be maintained, and if for whatever reason a tree dies or needs to be removed, if it becomes in an unsafe condition or something like that, then the tree is to be replaced. So those are normal standard requirements that we have in site plan agreements so that we can maintain a high quality landscape around the development, in perpetuity. The site plan agreement is always registered on title with the property. So if the property changes hands again for whatever reason, the requirements of that agreement still stand.
Thank you, Ms. Weens. Any other questions arising from that or for the presenter? Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to speak to this? Come on up and start with your name, please.
Linda Poger, and I live on Hunter's Court. We're new residents. We moved during COVID, and we were looking forward to settling in this lovely neighborhood. And I applaud my neighbors, who I unfortunately haven't had a lot of chance to meet, for their hard efforts in presenting today. And I'm just speaking from my heart. And I really wish that trees grew like carrots and that their roots just went straight down, and we could ensure that putting in a parking lot or any other kind of structure was not going to disturb those root systems. But that's not really the case. And again, like my friend here, I'm not an arborist. The one thing that wasn't ever mentioned, well, the one thing I want to talk about as well is because a swale was talked about at some point, but it was never shown on the diagrams where that swale was going to go. So that's still missing. It needs to be there, but this property is not going to accommodate that. The one thing that wasn't talked about is the residents who are potentially going to live there. Is this some sort of a utopia where there'll be no children? Because if I understand building for developers, if they're putting in a community somewhere, they have to provide a place for those children to congregate and play safely. As we know from living there, this is not a safe corner to go riding out on your bicycle or even to play. And you know those children will be tempted to run across the street to go to the Circle K. Where was the consideration given to recreational facilities for these children? A playground. I can't even tell you where the nearest playground is. Just things that should have been thought of and maybe should be considered by this committee as to why this is not an appropriate place in our community for this. Right over there, there's a lot of land, and this building is beautiful, and it would be well suited here, but not on that corner. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments and providing that. I will just provide a general comment about parkland and community facilities. All developments of this type have to pay development charges and have to provide cash in lieu of parkland, if not direct parkland. So regardless of the type of application, they pay money into a pot that goes to building things like upgrades to parks, acquiring new parks, those kinds of improvements as well. So it is correct, there's nothing before us that kind of has that within it, but regardless of the nature of the development, that's something that goes into the development of the town as well when new development comes. But I appreciate those comments and about how there isn't those facilities certainly on site. Okay, are there questions or comments for the presenter?
Yes. Just to follow up, I guess it'd be a question for the developer, something I'd meant to ask him earlier, and then you've just raised an interesting point. The breakdown of apartments as in 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, bachelors, is that available to us?
Yes, it's predominantly 2-bedroom apartments units, but that mix hasn't been finally determined. So they have the opportunity to change that, whether it be 3 bedrooms or 1-bedroom or bachelors. So that's something that goes into the market study. So the way the floors have been laid out at this point is to do it at about approximately 900 to 1,100 square feet with 2 bedrooms, and that gives us the flexibility to make them bigger or larger depending on what that market study comes back for.
Okay, and a question that was raised at an earlier presentation that I watched, has the developer come down on a price range for the units?
Again, but that's not something that's final at this point in time. We've been through a long process here, about 1.5 years, 2 years, and so market conditions have changed drastically over the last 4 months alone, right? So once we get to that point in time where we actually have final building designs, we can complete the costing of the building and then rationalize what the market price is. At this point, the smaller units would be upwards of 500, going to 600, maybe 700 for some of the larger, more luxury suites. So it really depends on what the cost is at the time. And of course, we've got to go through this approval process. We've got the site plan approval process. That's going to take some time. Then we have the building permit process. So a lot of things change over time. And right now we're kind of looking at that range. That's all I have for you at this point.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Thank you. Come on up and start with your name, please.
Hi, my name is Heather Carter. I live at 31 Woodside Square, so very close to the development, proposed development. I just want to say, I really hope you understand our predicament. We've been working as a small group that have been working very hard to make sure that you know and make sure that the developer knows what our concerns are. We're the people who live here. We've been living there for, well, my husband and I have been living there for over 30 years. And what the proposal that you're suggesting is going to have a huge impact on us. So I want you to consider that, and in light of that, I would like to point to our neighboring community of Niagara Falls. Just less than a month ago, July the 12th, the Niagara Falls Review reported that council agreed with residents in considering a very similar 5-story building. In the words of the residents that were meeting, what kind of legacy are we leaving our children and grandchildren? And I'm afraid that you, as Committee of Adjustment members, you're the ones that are making this difficult decision. It's not, I don't envy you in your position. But I want you to really think about that, because you are leaving a legacy. You're affecting our lives, but you're leaving the legacy for children and grandchildren. The council who agreed with the residents had this comment, and I think it's most appropriate. I appreciate it checks all the planning policy boxes off. But I think there's something fundamentally wrong here. A good development should be in balance and in harmony with existing neighborhoods. The residents are not saying no to development. As Giorgio indicated, we've extended our hands out to the developer, out to the church to say, we're not opposed to this, but let's find a development that works for a community that's been here a lot longer than you have. So the residents are not saying no to development. They're saying the right development in the right place. And I don't think that this is the right development in the right place. That's how council looked at that development. And I wish this council and this Committee of Adjustment would do the same thing. So thank you for your time. I appreciate the fact that you're letting us speak. I know that we get long-winded, but you can see that we're very concerned about this and passionate about where we live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Any questions arising from that committee? No? Okay, thank you. Thanks for those comments. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Okay.
The mic's on. Sorry, if it's red, it's on. Try it again. There's a button near the bottom.
Is that okay now?
Yes.
No? Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Teresa Suda, and I live at 7 Hunters Court. I will be living in the shadow of the proposed building. This was to be my retirement home. Now it's not. I'm almost want to sell. Are the proposed builders going to reimburse me for the loss I am going to take when I sell this home? That is my question. Another comment is, after November 30th, we are no longer allowed to park overnight on the street. Where is everyone going to park? So those are some of the comments I am worried about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Suda. Any questions, presenter? Okay, thank you. Thanks for those comments. Come on up. I know you've tried a few times already, so we're all ears now.
Sorry, just push the... Oh, it's on. Hi, my name is Lori Bonito, and I live at 33 Woodside Square, and I've lived there.
I'm sorry, miss, I didn't catch that.
Lori Bonito, Bonito. I live at 33 Woodside Square, right across the street from the proposed development, and my husband and I have lived there with our children for the last 20 years. Actually, I think it's 22. It'll be 22. My question through you, Mr. Chair, to the town and to the developer, perhaps, is my understanding is that it is currently zoned in the comprehensive bylaw that this land can be developed for a height of 15 meters. And I have been told, although I don't think I've seen it written anywhere, that 15 meters equates to 5 stories. So my question is, that would be, if you're doing the math, 3 meters per story. So if the developer plans 6 stories, that would be, to me, 18 meters. Where is the other 3 meters going that he's requesting? He's asking for 21 meters. To me, that's 2 more stories. And if that is the case, if the town can confirm that 3 meters per story, then how do we have a guarantee that in the future, as these plans get amended, as the developer's representative has said, these plans are not final, they will continue to be developed and amended. How do we have a guarantee that they don't do 7 stories at 60 some odd units? Or there's no guarantee once they get approval from your committee to go to 21 meters that that does not include 2 more stories and not 1. That's my question through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I just want to make sure you're finished, and then I'm
Yes,
happy to help.
I'm
and
done.
we can
I just have a
conversation
simple
about it.
question.
Thank you.
A lot of people have talked.
I'll try 2-part. I think I heard 2 parts to your question, and I'll try myself to answer the first part, and then I'll turn it to the applicant to respond to the part about the exact height. In terms of height, if when variances are granted, you're granted to the precise limit of your variance. You can't go beyond that. If you go beyond that, you need to seek a new variance. That happens now and then, but for the most part, that is the building envelope. The building has been designed in this case for a certain building envelope. It's not to say it can't change, but you can't go greater than your variance. If a variance is for 21 meters, you can't go beyond 21 meters. So that's how that part works. In terms of the height in your calculation, I followed that with the 3 meters per story, and that made sense as I understand buildings being built. I think it's the result of the parking garage taking up a type of story, but I would ask the applicant to confirm that or clarify that. Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So the answer is kind of twofold. So the building is proposed to be constructed out of ICF concrete, which requires a bit of a thicker concrete slab. So the distance to floor is 3.25 meters. And then we do have the underground parking garage, and as noted, there are some water table issues, excuse me, below 3 meters in depth. And that's why we're not able to put a second parking garage, floor parking garage underneath that. So we've got to raise up the finished floor elevation of the building about a foot out of the ground. Now, also in the second part, the technical definition of your building height is to the top of the parapet. So the actual roof deck of the top, if you were to stand on the roof, is actually, you can see this in the elevations provided, but is actually 19.71 meters. So we're coming slightly under that 20 meters of height. So it's really a combination of the parking garage, as you indicated, the type of construction being an ICF concrete, and then the architectural details on the top of the building that bring it up to the 21 meters in height.
Thank you. Ms. Benito, did that clarify for you? If you have additional comments, you're welcome to share those now. It turns red when it's on, yes.
I'm not sure, actually, because I'm getting comments from behind me. They're asking if that means it's actually 7 stories if you're including the parking garage. Is that actually what it is, 7 stories then?
No, sorry. Miss, you
Sorry,
have to
through you,
direct
Mr.
your
Chair.
comments through me. I've
Sorry.
tried to go a bit out of protocol here to try to answer
No,
your
I'm
questions.
sorry. That was my
but I want to make sure you continue to direct them to me. No, that's not the case. It's 6 stories, and the answer was that the stories are a little bit higher than usual per story because of the nature of construction.
Right.
It's elevated a little bit off the ground because of the soil conditions. And then the other factor is the parking garage taking up a type of level as well. So that's how I understood it. And then also there's a parapet condition at the top, which means a little design piece, which you might have seen in the elevations, that add that extra height. And there's different ways of measuring height. So sometimes you go right to the very top of the building. Sometimes you measure eaves or windows. So in this instance, it goes to the very top, to the parapet, and that's what's up to 21 meters that they're seeking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Come on up.
My name's Karen Lynn Guzzi, G-U-Z-Z-I. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Some of what I have to say is kind of repeating what's already been said, so I apologize for that. I live on Woodside Square. I've never spoken at a public meeting before, even though I've been a homeowner since 1987. But I felt compelled to do this at this time regarding the proposed development. You've encouraged us to share our comments and concerns, and we appreciate that. This proposed development will make a few people happy and rich, but it will make a lot of people unhappy. Is this really what Pelham is about? There are many reasons that this proposed development is not right for our neighborhood. The developer says people don't like change, but that is not true. We welcome and accept change if it's positive and beneficial, but this development offers no benefits and negatively affects the neighborhood and our quality of life. We have tried to work with the developer to come to a fair compromise, but there has been no compromise on his part. In fact, the opposite has occurred, with him pushing the boundaries to get what he wants, which is why we are here today. He's only interested in his financial gain, but some things are more important than money. People are more important than money. I don't think any of you will dispute that. For him and the committee, it's just another proposed development requiring a yay or nay and signature. But to us, it is so much more. It's our neighborhood, our community, our homes, our sanctuaries. Some residents have been here for a long time, perhaps born and raised in Pelham. Others, such as my husband John and myself, moved here upon retiring. Regardless, we are all decent, law-abiding, hard-working homeowners. We have diligently paid our taxes and supported local businesses and the community. Now we need your support. Our neighborhood consists of single and 2-story detached and 2-story townhome units. The nearest apartment building is located on Pelham Street, 1.7 kilometers or a 3-minute drive away. This building is 3 stories and sits on a corner without towering over any detached homes, and looks so nice with the open space around it. The surrounding free space of this apartment building is larger than the lot for the proposed condo tower at 105 Welland Road. This is only one of the reasons that the proposed development doesn't fit. Changes to the variances have to be applied to make it fit. It's another reason it doesn't work. It is simply out of scale. We asked for the condo tower to be 2 or 3 stories max, which would be more appropriate for the 1-acre parcel of land and proximity to existing residential properties. I don't understand how town can even consider allowing multi-story building be put in someone's backyard. Imagine the loss of privacy having people 6 or even 5 stories looking directly into your backyard and homeowners looking out their windows to see a 75-foot wall. Is this how the town of Pelham wants to treat their residents? I certainly hope not. There is no reason to squeeze this building in where it clearly doesn't fit. It will also create shadow, wind, and noise issues. And let's not forget about the beautiful mature trees and plants on the corner of Pelham Street and Welland Road that will have to die in order to create a new church parking lot. Pelham is not landlocked, and there are many other locations that could accommodate such a development. Subsequently, we cannot relocate our homes. The area of Pelham Corners does not have amenities within walking distance, except for Circle K and a small plaza nearby with limited services. Therefore, living here is car dependent. That will mean adding a minimum 48 vehicles coming and going near the Welland Road Pelham Street intersection, which is already extremely busy. As a resident living on the east side of Woodside Square, I can't stress this issue enough. When turning left onto Welland Road, it is already challenging at times. There's a blind spot because of the curve in front of Hunter's Court. That combined with the speed at which cars travel, it is difficult to make the turn, especially during rush hour. I'm genuinely concerned that with added cars from the 48-unit building, someone is going to get hurt or worse. Some residents must cross Welland Road from Michaela Drive and Hunter's Court almost on a daily basis to retrieve their mail from the Post Superbox. Also, residents on Woodside Square and Hunter's Court must cross Welland Road to access Harold Black Park, since we do not have a public park and/or playground close by. These include people of all ages, some with young children, strollers, pets, etc. Crossing is even more difficult in the winter with the amount of vehicles, speed, and icy road conditions. Making this situation worse by increasing traffic and putting lives at risk is a major concern. Please keep in mind that it's okay to say no. Niagara Falls Council recently turned down an application, as Heather Carter spoke about. We must follow their example and retain control of our town. I ask you to really consider what's at stake here. Please don't let this development set a precedent for future infill developments here in Fonthill. Thank you.
Any questions for the presenter, Ms. Stan? Mr. McCann, no? Okay, thank you. Are there others who would like to speak? Ms. Leach, is there anybody online or who has emailed looking to speak to this matter?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no one online, and I can confirm that it is 7:35 p.m. and we've received no emails with respect to this application.
Thank you. I do, maybe I will just make the final clarification. If there's anyone else, I'm going to ask the applicant some questions and offer them a chance to speak to anything that arose, but I did want to offer one more time if there's anybody here that hasn't spoken and would like to add anything. After this and after we hear from the applicant again, we'll close the public meeting and the committee will debate. We'll debate this. Okay, looks like nobody's coming up. So if I could invite, I have a few questions that arose that I'd like to ask Mr. Hajkub. And I'd invite you to add anything else that you would like to advise the committee of. There was some discussion around traffic safety in particular, and traffic volumes is the second question, which I hadn't heard before anywhere, about noise levels from traffic, which is kind of a second question to the first thing I asked, which is about safety. Could you provide the committee with your comments on that?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to do that. So through the zoning bylaw amendment application, a traffic impact study was completed by RVA engineering firm out of St. Catharines. They concluded that the existing capacity of the Welland Road, the driveway intersection, the proposed driveway intersection to Welland Road, the existing signal at Pelham Street and Welland Road has available capacity to service the development. Subsequently, a sightline assessment was completed and confirmed that there was adequate distance of the driveway in accordance with the speed of the roadway. So overall, we have an opinion from a professional engineer that qualifies and confirms that traffic is appropriately accommodated for this proposed development. Secondly, in your question in regard to noise, The noise study actually did look at the noise generated from the roadway, and that's hence the recommendation in the noise study requires that the front facade be reviewed at the building permit stage to ensure that appropriate building materials are used on the front. So from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Parks, MECP, there's interior decibel levels that are required to be achieved in the dwelling units. So by doing things like brick masonry on the front of the building, we're able to meet 20 pounds per square foot density of that building material, which reduces the decibel volume in those dwelling units. So that's something that has to be implemented through the building permit process. And so that will be added as a clause in the site plan agreement that gets transferred on down the line, ultimately into the construction phase.
Thank you. I do have more questions, but I wanted to invite the committee, if anything arose from what we were just talking about. Feel free to step in. No? Okay. Thank you. There were comments made about garbage and snow storage, garbage trucks coming in and out of the site, and snow storage. Could you advise in relation to that?
Certainly. So with the condominium discussion that we have, this is an apartment dwelling type, but the tenureship is proposed to be a condominium building. Associated with that condominium building, there would be a property manager, and that manager would maintain the building, the facilities, and address things like snow removal, landscape maintenance, and garbage. So specifically for garbage in this instance, we're proposing to have Moloch waste storage bins located along the side of the building. They're shown in the site plan. But essentially, that private waste collection, the type of truck that it uses has a boom on it, and so they're able to access the garbage from the side as opposed to a traditional garbage bin that would have your two prongs. In regards to the snow storage, there's space between the side of the curb and the trees, and opposite side between the side of the curb and the sidewalk to accommodate the main traffic aisle and the parking areas on the outside. If things do get tight, we do have the opportunity, as we do have the condo maintenance manager, to truck that snow off-site if need be. So there are certainly options to deal with that moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Again, just turn to the committee if there's any follow-up question to my question. No? Okay. Could you, I wanted to go to some of the comments made about intensification areas, intensification generally. This is not an intensification corridor, as I understand it, as it's defined. Why is it appropriate to have the level of intensification that's proposed here? That seems to really be the nub of things here. It's about character and about the level of intensification. So could you take me or describe for me the summary of why it's your opinion that this is an appropriate level of intensification?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So just to take a step back, as we meet our growth management targets dictated from the province down to each individual municipality, the official plans are required to outline a vision for how the municipality is to evolve over the long term to accommodate the growth targets that are given and dictated down to the province. So when you consider what that means to character, what you consider that means to intensification, character is generally described in many different ways, but it's not indicative of the type of dwelling or built form. And so if you recall in my presentation, I noted that we're right adjacent to Pelham Street, which is an arterial road. This property, as severed, fronts onto Welland Road, which is a collector road, and it can be considered a gateway or a focal node coming into the south end of Fonthill. So when you look at intensification, where is that appropriate? That's appropriately done on some of these more central arterial and collector roads in a location that is appropriate. And so that's really why we're seeking the variances tonight that we're seeking is, well, number one, we need those to accommodate the proposal, but number two, we feel that this proposal for intensification actually provides a better scenario than is permitted as under the as-of-right zoning. And so if you can recall, the as-of-right zoning allows for the 15 meters or approximately 5 stories in height at the 6-meter setback to that westerly property edge. So in this instance, the building is approximately 19 or so meters away from that westerly property edge, and a similar setback increase. Instead of the 12 meters, I believe we're at 18 and then 20 to the 6-story component. But what we've done is we've put the building in a position so that those additional height doesn't have an additional impact beyond what is permitted under that 5-story building. So when you look at the minimum lot area, for example, I feel lot coverage is a really good indication that we aren't overdeveloping the site. And that's often the concern when you look at some of these types of proposal is what is too much? And are you completely covering the entire property with the building? The current coverage allows for 50% lot coverage. We're coming in well under that and are not seeking relief from that. So I feel like through creative building design, through doing the underground garage, through doing the at-grade garage, through the positioning of the building at the southeast corner of the lot, we put the building and this type of intensification in the best possible position. And I think it's quite an improvement over what's permitted in that as-of-right zoning in the new institutional zone. So that's kind of the perspective that myself as a professional planner has on that.
Thank you, Mr. Heikoop. Any questions arising from that? No. Those were my questions. Are there other questions for the applicant? Mr. Heikoop, if you'd like yourself or Mr. Vaca, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to anything you heard as well, or anything else the committee would like to hear.
I do have some detailed points, but if you want to go ahead, Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Let me start by saying the presentations from the first two speakers, I've been doing this for 27 years. The most impressive presentations I've heard from non-professionals, put it that way. You put a lot of time and effort into it, and I think the neighborhood should be very happy with what you've done today. But at the end of the day, the points that were raised, Mr. Chair, were raised by non-professionals. The Committee of Adjustment sits as the decision maker under the Planning Act when it comes to applications for minor variances. And the evidence that you look to is that of your expert planners. You have the planning recommendation report by the town's planning department. You have Mr. Heikoop's planning evidence and report. You have before you all the studies that were mentioned, in particular the traffic study and the soil stability study, which were both raised as questionable. But at the end of the day, that is the planning evidence and expert evidence before you. There is no other evidence that contradicts that expert evidence from an expert. So when you hear the word predicament, I disagree. I don't think you're in a predicament. Your job is to apply the test under the Planning Act, under Section 42, which is the 4-part test. And in doing so, you have to apply the planning analysis and the planning evidence. So I would submit to you that the points raised by the neighbors are, obviously very strongly held, but at the end of the day, they are anecdotal. They are not expert evidence that you can rely on in making a decision to deny this application.
Thanks, Rocky. And you know what? I don't have any further to add. If there's any further questions, thank you.
Thank you, committee. Is there any questions that arose from that? Okay. Come on up, sir.
Hi, my name is John Guzzi. I live on Woodside Square. Yes, that's true. We're not professionals.
Sorry, sir. I'm happy for you to respond. I want to give everyone an opportunity to speak. I want to make sure the comments come through me.
Yes.
If you want to respond to something you just heard, I'll make an exception for that,
Yes.
even though it's outside the process we talked about today.
Okay.
But I want to make sure we're respectful and that
Yes.
we're just responding to
Yes.
that. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I have a simple question,
Yes.
and it all comes down to mainly it's a 6-story building. How would you like it if that's in your backyard or front yard? Simple question. How would you like it? Every single one of you. For a 6-story building in your backyard, front yard, or side yard. That's all it comes down to. That's it. How would you like it? Or your friends or family living in an area with a 6-story building. That's it. Yes, we are not professionals. But it all comes down to a simple question. How do you frickin' like it? Thank you.
Mr. Whitelaw, you're looking to speak. I would encourage you based on my prior comments as well. Thank you.
I understand. I understand. Through you, Mr. Chair, just to, if I can respond to the Rocco's comment there. You're right. Personally, we are not professionals. However, the comments that were prefaced in that presentation that we made were provided by a professional. You have a copy, each one of you, of the report that's in front of you. He is a professional. He has provided us with his guidance. And as you said, we have to follow the Town of Pelham's official plan and the various conditions that are a part of it. So with all due respect, there was a professional that was involved on our part. And I want to make sure that that's very clear. You have the report there. And I apologize that we weren't able to get that report to you ahead of time. Just like I say, with the complexity, as you can hear from all the people that are here, the complexity of this issue, the timing that was required to make it as a public, on the public agenda there was just not enough time for the consultant to complete their work to be able to get it to us. But I do, through the chair, I do have a couple questions then with regards to the staff recommendation report. What rationale did town staff come to in order to support the 5 variances requested as part of this application? And then secondly, has town staff completed a housing inventory? And do staff know what the intensification is specifically for this area? Because if they have completed a housing inventory, it is not public record, which it should be. Through you, Chair.
I'm prepared to try to get answers for you, but I am a bit confused by why these questions weren't raised earlier. You were so well prepared, and I made it very clear that I was looking to hear everything at that point in time. So I want to make that comment, and it's really important that we follow proper decorum. And I know how well and organized you were, so I find the questions a bit unusual at this point in time. But nonetheless, I do want to hear the answers, and we'll get to the bottom of that. So I'll turn to Ms. Wiens and see what she can provide through me in response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Certainly with respect to the planning rationale, that is laid out in a lot of detail in our report. It's an 18-page report that you have before you, and it goes through each of the 4 tests on each of the 5 variances and gives the rationale for it. And there's an extensive analysis on the town's official plan as well. With respect to housing inventory, we have not conducted a housing inventory. That was something that the region did a few years ago as part of work that they did around the growth management strategy. And so we do know what the housing projections are for Pelham. And again, that's work that's done through the region of Niagara, not the town, as they're responsible for the growth management strategy.
Thank you, Ms. Weeds. Is there anything else, Mr. Whitelaw?
Am I allowed to rebut to that or no?
If you have new
just
comments for the committee.
Following protocol, as you say.
Yes, go ahead.
In the town following the official plan, then, as I've identified, and I'm not going to reiterate everything there, I've identified, and it's identified in that report there are a number of places where the town did not follow that official plan or put, as I mentioned, the provincial policy statement ahead of the town's official plan. So please, that's all I'm saying, is that needs to be taken into consideration. Not necessarily everything you've read is accurate in that report. I've read the town's report, but that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll likely we'll move to close the public portion of the meeting. Before doing so, Ms. Leach, we should check again if there's any comments that have been received by email.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, we have received no comments, and it is 7:54 p.m.
Thank you. Is there a motion to close the public portion of the meeting?
I'll support a motion to close the public portion of the meeting.
And I will second.
Thank you. Okay. Comments from the committee. Mr. McCann, Ms. Stan, anything that you'd like to raise, comments in relation to this?
I just have one brief comment, Mr. Chair. The sentiment in the room, I think, is that this committee has the ability to kill all development on that parcel of land. And I want to make sure that everyone understands that the applicant is seeking variations, and the most contentious one, of course, is the height of the building. Even if, we haven't voted yet, so even if we were to decline that one variance, the developer is still free to build on that plot of land within existing laws, the existing zoning laws, okay, which is 15 meters. That's another story, okay, just so long as everybody understands that. I applaud that the community reached out and sought to dialogue with the developer. And we hopefully will find some way to recognize, the movement that the developer made in, seeking to build that, Okay, those are my comments.
Yeah, thank you, Member McCann. I agree with that. I think that there's tremendous passion, and rightfully so. This is a significant proposed change here. I look at this with the as-of-right condition. The as-of-right condition is a 15-meter building that can be built pretty close to the lot line. That's not really an ideal condition, and they're now seeking a different version of that. It's difficult when looking at our existing communities and thinking about how they're evolving over time. There was a comment made about expansion and room to grow. The fact is that Pelham is actually running out of land, although there's a lot happening right now. The long-term forecast for Pelham is a lot more intensification. That's because we have the greenbelt that surrounds it, and the land is locked in. And this is a site, in my view, that's appropriate for intensification. And it was the view of council when they passed the zoning bylaw to designate this, to have it be an intensification site. That's what's already been determined. It's been decided that this is an apartment building site. That was the decision of council through its zoning bylaw, It conforms to the official plan. There's no official plan amendment needed, so the official plan is met. Whether or not the variances meet the official plan, the intent and purpose, that's something we'll get to. But the site is an intensification site. And then I think the question is the character. Does this fit the character? And lots was discussed about that, and that's very tricky because what is the character? I'm very familiar with this intersection. I don't live far away from here, and I go by all the time and experience what the community has described here as well. But the character is something that is not static. What existed there in the 70s and 80s and 90s and 2000s is not the same as today and won't be the same as tomorrow, particularly when we have provincial direction around intensification, around significant intensification, around climate change, around housing policies that require affordable and attainable housing. A lot of people talk about attainable housing, and believe it or not, but $500,000 or $600,000 apartment units is attainable housing nowadays, even though that sounds a bit wild to say out loud. That's the truth of the matter when single-family homes are so expensive. So in my view, is a rationale for intensification. There's a rationale for apartment units in this location. There isn't very many apartment units there in South Pelham really at all. There's the units we talked about right outside the building here. But if people want to live in the community, if that's a price range and they want to go to the local schools and use the local facilities, there's not much offered in apartment buildings. And the question is this the right height? Is this the right shape and location for a building? And that we will determine that. But I wanted to provide my thoughts on that. Ms. Stan, any comments?
I think I'll just echo your comments in terms of we're looking at the variations right now. So as stated earlier, an apartment building is permitted. So we're looking at the variances that they have requested in terms of height and looking at some of the setbacks of the building and determine whether those are appropriate. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stan. Mr. McCann, anything to add based on my comments or anything else? Okay. I think there was a desire to deal with the variances individually rather than as a block, and if so, I would suggest that we move a motion to do that. So in other words, it's a motion to consider each variance. It's not a motion to decide any of the variances. It's a motion to deal with them separately. So I would ask if there is a motion to do that, a motion to decide each variance separately.
Okay, Mr. Chair, yeah, I would like to move that we consider the 5 variances that have been applied for with individual motions.
And I second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I'll ask Ms. Leach if we're offside any of the protocols here with motions.
Nope, that's fine. So if each variance was considered in a separate motion, I would require a mover and a seconder for each motion. If you would like to make a motion to vote on each variance separately, we can do that with one set of movers and seconders throughout. So if that's okay, we'll just vote on them independently, but we'll have the same mover and seconder for all. And again, moving and seconding does not indicate that you support it. It just puts the motion on the floor. So if that's okay, I'll take Mr. Member McCann as a mover.
I second that motion.
Thank you, and we can proceed with the vote individually.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Okay. Thank you. Do we have I guess it's not a motion anymore, a position with respect to the variance, the parking area variance?
Okay, do you want me to read everything into the record and then we'll vote on them separately? Is that how?
If you'd like to vote on them all at the beginning, and then we can run through the reasons at the end, if that's better.
Okay.
It's probably simpler.
All right, so as the mover, I'm going to move that file A16/2023-105 Welland Road, Pelham, that we approve minor variances. Minor variance 1, parking area on lot 1.9 meter to lot line and 3 0.0 meters to a street line. Number 2, minimum lot area of 80 square meters per dwelling unit. Number 3 is a minimum side yard of 3 meters. Number 4 is minimum bike parking ratio of 0.25 short-term spaces per unit. And number 5 is maximum building height of 21 meters.
Sorry, just a point of order on that. Are you looking at all 5? Are you looking for a vote on all 5 of them?
It's my understanding we're going to vote on them separately.
If you'd like to vote on them separately, I can run through the list and we can conduct a vote each. So if you want to begin with parking area on lot, 1.9 meters to a lot line and 3 meters to a street line, to Mr. Chair for a vote.
Yes. Is there a vote on that?
I vote yes.
Yes.
Yes, from me as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That brings us to minimum lot area of 80 meters squared per dwelling unit. To Mr. Chair for a vote.
I vote yes.
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 Thank you to Mr. Chair. That brings us to minimum side yard of 3 meters. To you for a vote.
I vote yes.
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 Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. That brings us to the bike parking ratio of 0.25 short-term spaces per unit. To you, Mr. Chair.
I vote yes.
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 Thank you. And that concludes with the max building height of 21 meters. To you, Mr. Chair for a vote.
I vote no.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That does conclude the vote on all. If you would like to run through the reasons for the votes this afternoon.
Okay, as the mover, the reasons for these variances, the variances are minor in nature as the minimal impact on streetscape. The adequate short-term bike racks are still provided. The functionality of the site will not be impacted, allows for a larger buffer between building and neighboring residential uses. Height is not anticipated to have significant impacts on neighboring uses. The intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained. The intent of the official plan is maintained. The proposals are desirable for the land as they provide flexibility to the site, are generally compatible in terms of use, allow for the building to be situated further from existing residential uses, allow for two-level parking, reducing the need for surface parking, and therefore providing more landscaped area. This application is moved without prejudice to any other application before the Town of Pelham. And in making this motion, the committee considered written and oral comments and agreed the minor variance report analysis and recommendations that this application meets the Planning Act tests for minor variance. Conditions are the applicant receive clearance regarding an archaeological assessment, obtain site approval, submit comprehensive lot grading and drainage plans, obtain a driveway access and culvert permit, and obtain a temporary work permit for Part 2.
Seconder.
I second that motion.
Okay, I think that concludes that matter. Thank you very much, everybody who was here today. We know that was very passionate and a difficult decision for the committee. There is one more order of business, and that is order. Sir? 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 Sir, please.
The gavel.
That's not appropriate.
Please, sir, we're in a meeting. Sir, please leave the room. Thank you.
You guys are useless.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that does bring us to minutes for approval. Item 9.
Sir, we are in a meeting.
We are still in an active
Ma'am,
meeting,
please
ma'am.
sit down. Please sit down, ma'am. Please sit down or leave the room.
Through you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, that brings us to item 9, being minutes for approval. We do have one set of minutes on the agenda from June 5th, and I'd be looking for a motion to approve.
Yes, motion. Moved.
I move we approve.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a seconder, please.
Seconded.
Oh, thank you.
I second
Thank
the
you.
motion.
Thank you.
We ready to adjourn? Motion to adjourn?
A motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Seconded.
Thank you. It is 8:08 p.m. and we have now adjourned.
Thank you.